Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Good morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, the budget debate is at an end for now. And I suppose that Minister Davis is running with it. It would be interesting to hear that run with it. That tape, we'll play it in a moment. But the interesting thing about yesterday's run by Dr. Davis. Well, look here, we have lunatic. Let us hear that those memorable words of the Minister of Finance.
Dr. Omar Davis has admitted that the governing People's National Party made public spending decisions during the election build-up that were financially unsound. The minister made the admission on Sunday at the public session of the PNP's North West St. Andrew Constituency Annual Conference.
Last year, on the road to the fourth term, there's no way I was going to stop any project which we had on the ground. I don't have to tell more to Congress. Even with this flood, even with the other things there's no way I'm going to stop no project. A man saying, fiscally responsible. That's all right, them can't talk. Brother can't come and expect and him say, it's better for us to be inside there and try to puzzle out how to solve the next problem than to be outside there want the homes and they are going to solve the problem. So, government, if another time, probably I would have hold back on certain other things and deal with the flood damage. But last year, there's no time, I'm not taking an apology, please. No government anywhere fighting an election campaign going against the opposition by cutting back on a critical project. So, whatever highway 2000, the one still, all out of bypass, to run with it still. Not go down and stopping the progress. So, comrades, the test that we face now that we reach, we have to correct it.
Okay, that is what we have for a finance minister. Okay? And have had for the last, 13 years or more? Is it? 90, must be 14 years by now. Right? I think he became minister in 1993. So, yes, it would be about 14 years by now. And that is the character of the man that we have as a finance minister. And have kept him as a finance minister all these years. And one heard him yesterday in Parliament, ending the budget debate. And he seemed to me to be in such a happy and jovial mood. As if he were on top of the world. And one wondered. It gave the impression that any stranger coming into Jamaica and watching that on television would probably have got the impression that the things were so right with the Jamaican economy and everything was going superlatively well. And the minister was justifiably happy. The mood that he expressed in Parliament, and this is not the first time, it has been so far. That is his usual way of approaching these things. Was in sharp contrast to the reality, the suffering and the pain that people are feeling out there. And one of the noticeable things, too, about it was that he did not address the issues raised by the Prime Minister's, well, what the Prime Minister is calling her budget speech. Because she raised some issues which are going to, or made some promises which are going to involve expenditure that, as far as I understand it, are not, there is no accommodation for them in this budget. And I don't know. I don't know whether it appears that the Minister of Finance knew nothing about them, or at any rate didn't make any arrangements to finance them in the budget. And even now, having heard the Prime Minister, has not. So are we to understand that the Prime Minister's words are empty promises? Empty promises. The Prime Minister this government has been in office for 18 years. The Prime Minister has been a member of it for all that time. It isn't just a matter of, people are saying that, well, yes, but she wasn't Prime Minister. She's now the Prime Minister, and that's a different matter. That's a misguided statement. Right? Have you ever heard the expression primus inter pares? Primus inter pares. That is how the office of Prime Minister under the Westminster system is described. The Prime Minister is primus inter pares, first among equals. First among equals. The Prime Minister doesn't give orders to his cabinet or her cabinet. She doesn't rule with an iron fist. That's not how it is supposed to work. The cabinet ministers, members of the cabinet, are all equal. And their agreement is required to everything that the government does. And any member of the cabinet who is dissatisfied with the performance of the government, what the government is doing, the policies that the government is implementing, has the right to get up and say, no, look here, I'm sorry, I'm not going along with this. Right? And you have my resignation. And come out and tell the public what it is that led you to that decision. The Westminster system does not involve a prime ministerial dictatorship. As we know, the tenure of the government rests in the first place with Parliament. The ordinary members of Parliament can decide that, sorry, we're not going along with this, or sorry, we're not, we want to see something else. And that option was available to Sister P. Over all these 18 years that she has been in government. In these 4 terms. Now, for her to be coming at this point, well, I'm being asked to take a break.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger road marking paint. Available in white, yellow and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. If the record of this government is not at all good, they have changed prime ministers, and I suppose the expectation is that that people will say that what has been happening in the past is the fault of Mr. Patterson's leadership. So Sister P's here, this is something new, and we're going to go a country out of the rubble, the rut and rubble into which it has found it has been led up to now. Then the thing for the party to do is to change her, get rid of her, put somebody new in the position of leader, some other minister who has been there all along like her, but who was not prime minister, was not leader. Put that new person there and say, well, this is a new beginning. This is, all of that was due to Mr. Patterson and due to Sister P. Give this other person a chance to see what they can do. And when they produce the same shoddy work, you get rid of them, put a new person, and the same thing happens all over again, and the party goes on ruling forever on that basis, right? And the country goes on sinking deeper and deeper into a hole. Anyway, our Minister of Finance yesterday blasted the opposition for the promises that it had made without indicating satisfactorily from his point of view the means by which they propose to finance these promises that they had made. It is worth noticing, of course, that if the opposition does get into office, it will be under pressure as a result of the policies that have gone on over these 18 years. The huge debt, for example, and the fact that the revenues of the government are consumed in servicing the debt, and they have to go borrowing more money and so on. And therefore there's a limit to what they can do. It is nonetheless true that the opposition, the new government, will be making its own budget and having established its own priorities. And some of the expenditures that this government is committing funds to, it might not, it might discard. For example, we see the government having spent over $9 billion. We're told that there isn't money to do what the opposition is promising in terms of patient care. Now, would that cost more than World Cup cost? And if the government could find money for World Cup, then, why couldn't it find money for better patient care, better health care? In any event, the government is now in office. It has control of the budget, and Sister P's promises, require funding. And Dr. Davis has said nothing about them. So, as of now, they seem to be nothing but empty promises designed to curry favor with the voters for the election coming up. Coming up when? Possibly in July. The 7th day of the 7th month. The first time we'd be having an election on a Saturday. But all things are possible. Another thing that Dr. Davis said in Parliament yesterday was that the Japanese firm that is taking over the Jamaica Public Service Company, Marubeni Corporation, is very upset as a result of certain statements, certain comments being made in Jamaica. Is concerned about some of the comments which have been made in Jamaica about the proposed sale. And he's saying that people should restrain themselves and not comment on these things and so on. Is that what he's saying? That we are to lose our free speech because when we say some of the things that we say, we're upset in Marubeni? Well, too bad for Marubeni. I mean, if they can't come here and alter the Jamaican Constitution, bad as that is, we are free to make our comments. We are free to ask whatever questions. And, if our comments are based on a misunderstanding of a situation, then the thing to do is to correct it. Simple as that. And Dr. Davis has been in a position, I'm sure, to supply us the country, but he says that he couldn't comment on some of these matters because that would be breaching American law. And according to him yesterday in Parliament, he could have been sent to prison for that. Sent to prison where? Do you mean that he might be extradited to the United States for this? I don't understand that. There seems to be more respect for American law than there is for Jamaican law. We were told by the former Prime Minister that the law here in Jamaica is not a shackle. He can disregard the law, but Dr. Davis can't disregard American law. Yeah? How interesting. Anyway, we are hoping to have someone from the opposition to talk about the budget debate and Mr. Shaw, actually, a little later on today. We had hoped to have him this morning, but apparently he's attending the funeral of Mr. Hadid, Mr. Ray Hadid, who died recently. So we hope to have him later on this afternoon to talk about the budget debate and the criticisms that the Minister of Finance had of the opposition pronouncements and commitments yesterday in his closing statement. Okay, let's go to our telephone calls. Oh, incidentally, before we do that, there is a story that I don't quite understand. This is about a landlady. Let me read it for you. It's in the Gleaner. Spanish Town. This happened in Spanish Town, St. Catherine. A landlady who asked the Jamaica Public Service Company to terminate the power supply to her tenants wept openly when she was sentenced to 30 days at hard labor for breaching the Rent Assessment Board Act. Sharon Russell Brown of Greater Portmore, St. Catherine, was first given 30 days in prison for cutting off the light on April 4th, leaving the tenants and their young children in darkness. However, resident magistrate Lorna Errar Gale later amended her ruling and slapped the weeping landlord with a 12-month suspended sentence. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when he woken up in one and he looked like the money in sorry he never have more.
Ricky no matter top you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbor, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. And we go back to this story about this landlady, the owner of the premises. She's been given a suspended. Originally, the magistrate gave her a 3-month sentence, prison sentence at hard labor. Now she has been given a 12-month suspended sentence. In sentencing Brown on Tuesday, the resident magistrate said that even if the tenants owed bills, the person owning the premises only had the right to either pay the outstanding bill and sue for it later. Either pay the outstanding bill and sue for it later, or I wonder how long it would take for that suit to come to finality, and for the owner of the premises to be paid. If these people can't pay their electricity bills now, what likelihood is that when it accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, they are going to be able to pay that and court costs and all the rest of it, and how long that is going to take? Either sue for the outstanding bill, sue for it later, or allow the utility company to terminate the service for the overdue amount on its own. And this is a quotation: once you take it on yourself to ask them to cut off the power supply, then it is you who is it is you who is responsible for causing the tenants whatever distress they might have suffered. Now, it's not the tenants who, by failing to pay the bill, that would have caused their distress. it is the landlord, the owner of the premises, who asks the public service company to cut off the bill. But in the first place, one finds it difficult to understand why the public service company had to be asked to cut off the bill, because usually they're quite quick in cutting off bills when people don't pay. Right? That's point one. Point two. In the case, as I understand the position here, and if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. When somebody rents premises and enters into a contract with the public service company to supply electricity and failed to pay the bill, the electricity bill, that bill is attached to those premises. In other words, if that tenant walks out and leaves a bill of $10,000 or whatever, right? That big $10,000 liability attaches to those premises, is attached to those premises. And if the premises are then rented to another tenant, that tenant will not be able to get electricity in that house until that $10,000 bill is paid. Now, who is going to pay it? The landlord. So, I don't know how the landlord came to know, or the landlady came to know, that this person had owed money. Well, presumably the rent was not paid, right? And the electricity bill is not paid. And the electricity bill presumably is accumulating. In other words, the amount that the landlady is going to have at some point to pay, if the tenant does not pay it, is increasing. Now, why would the landlady want to see that? Is she powerless? She can only sit there and watch this debt increase, a debt that is going eventually to be on her shoulders, if I understand the position correctly. So I don't know. I don't quite understand what is going on here. And I up to now, I mean, I would like to hear some more details of this case, because it would be interesting to know why the public service company was prepared in this case to sit and watch the debt accumulating and not do what they do to other people. And it seems a little hard that this lady should have been sentenced, well, first of all, to 3 months imprisonment at hard labor because she didn't want to have to pay more and more and more in debt accumulated by this tenant. Seemed a little rough on her. Anyway, let's go to the telephones. Hello? 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 You know, I'd like to get a lawyer to explain this for us. Am I right in saying that the electricity bill attaches to the premises, is attached to the premises? And that if the tenant walks out and goes abroad, leaving a debt of $50,000 that is going to have to be settled, presumably by the landlord, the owner of the premises. Or okay. Hello?
Hello?
Yes,
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Long time I haven't spoken to you, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to do so.
I'm glad.
I heard you a while ago about the landlord, but I just want to correct you. If the tenant remove with JPS bill, it is not the duty of a landlord to pay it. I will just correct you. Wherever the tenant goes and apply for a meter at the JPS, she or him will be reminded of the bill accrue at the address. Only if she uses a bandulo name and number, she will not get the light. She has to pay to make arrangements.
I have no problem with that.
So it is not the landlord that will pay.
No, but it is my understanding that the public service company will have an alternative. If somebody else rents those premises and applies for electricity, the company is going to say that they will not supply that.
No, that's not true.
It is not true?
No, it is not true.
Oh, well.
If it is water, Mr. Perkins, there could be a difference from the Water Commission. The JPS has no such arrangements.
Oh, is that so?
Right, I'm telling you.
You're sure of that?
I'm sure of that, man. I'm telling you.
Okay,
you know, it is said that Mr. Modley once said, if a little knowledge is dangerous, where is the man who has so much as to be out of danger? So, you know, I am not telling you anything that I know cannot be proven. And you can call the public relation personnel at the JPS. They will tell you. Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You know, over the years I've been listening to you. And I decided that I will never in my life take a telephone and call you. But I just feel the urge to call you today because of your consistently attacking or you will say criticizing the Honorable Prime Minister. One who less than a year ago you was highly promoting her as this virtuous person. Only she can and only she could solve the ills of this country.
I'm not sure that I went that far.
You know why I have to remind you, Mr. Perkins? I remember the Honorable Maxine Henry Wilson once said that she doesn't believe in capital punishment. And because she don't think that it was humane and it was inhumane. And then shortly after, when she watched her relative of hers.
What was that? I missed that.
Maxine Henry Wilson said that she did not believe in capital punishment some times ago. But sometimes after she watched her family die and they found the bodies down someplace in First Avenue out there in Vineyardtown.
Yes.
She had to change her position. And then you said that she's corrupt.
I said that?
Tape was playing you last night. You said that she's corrupt because she changed.
No.
You know,
no.
Yes, you said
I would not have said that.
You said it. That's the problem with you, Mr. Perkins. You keep saying things on your program. That's why I visit.
You have it on the tape? You have it on the tape?
Yes.
Play it for me.
I know I'm not where the tape is. But I'm not where the tape is. Right, because over the years I have been...
Well, you know, sir, you should make an accusation like that.
I'm not making an accusation.
You are going to...
I'm just reminding you of the things
you said. If you know that you're going to make such an accusation, then you should have had the tape ready.
But I just inform you, if you will be careful enough to listen, is that I said that I would not call you, but spontaneously I just decided to call you. If you understand the difference now.
I beg your pardon?
I said to you, I told myself that I would never call you, but I just decided to call you.
Yes.
So that is enough to tell you.
I am sure there is a problem. There may, I don't know. What you heard and what I said may not be the same thing.
Mr. Perkins.
Right?
Sometimes we suffer from Alzheimer's disease.
Hold on. This is not a question of Alzheimer's.
It is a question of?
Well, this is a question of... Hold on just a moment.
You're listening to Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a low-level trough east of the island. This morning will be mostly sunny. During the afternoon, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect mainly sunny mornings, and during the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
The original taste, everybody come here. The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty. The original taste.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty. The original taste.
I remember when I was a printer like you, a old foot used to tell me about Carib cement and how it's the only cement you must use. You know what? He was right.
True word, Mason. But now we have Carib Cement Plus, and that's at the lake.
What you know about Carib Cement Plus, my youth?
Well, first of all, it's fresh, and it's easy to work with, and you can count on the strength. And plus me more durability, more buildability, if you know what I mean.
Sure, printer, you know easy. You just a true word about Carib Cement Plus.
Carib Cement Plus, a commitment to more than just cement.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, sir. Hello?
You know that you're not coming in too loudly.
No, hold on. May I just say something to you now? Right?
Yes.
Insofar as any criticism that I made of Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson is concerned,
yes,
I would be inclined to criticize any person, particularly a person who chose to be in government,
yes,
looking after public affairs,
yes,
who took one view of whatever it was when it was not affecting her directly, and a different view about that thing when it affected her directly.
Change is the only constant forces or substance that take place in one's life.
Well,
anything that will be composed becomes composed.
I have no problem with change.
You're not composed. If you become
no. Hold on a bit.
Decompose.
I have no problem with change.
You sure?
Right. No.
Okay.
No, I'm
going to test you today.
I'm prepared to change an opinion.
I call you to test you.
No, hold on. But there is something wrong when somebody thinks that you should not have capital punishment for murder, As long as it is other people being murdered, people with whom she has no relationship. But when it is a relative of hers that is murdered, some person with whom she has a personal relationship, whom she loves particularly or whatever, she then thinks that, yes, boy, that we need capital punishment for this man. All right?
Let me get on. That is not her intention. It is because of the severity and the huron
but it tells you something.
Mr. Perkins, you
no,
just
hold on a little bit.
The so-called psychologist.
No. It tells you
you
something.
waste a lot of time rambling on.
No, it tells you something about the way that person thinks. Right? Okay?
Knowledge is once gained.
Anyway, go ahead.
It is said that knowledge is once gained, cast a light beyond its own immediate boundary. All right, Mr. Perkins.
What is it you want to say?
I am saying to you that over the years you have stopped criticizing, nothing wrong in criticizing anyone or government.
Of course not.
But when you form opinion into a country that children listens to you, it is time for people to tell you when you say things that is wrong and doesn't make sense to point it out to you.
Yes, but hold on a minute, sir. Don't tell me that I'm criticizing the Prime Minister. Hold on a moment. The Prime Minister is there to be criticized.
Of course she is.
Yes.
And she's not afraid of that.
Fine.
Yes.
Now, tell me what is wrong with my criticism, with any particular criticism.
It is the disrespect for the position of Prime Minister.
What disrespect for the position of Prime Minister?
What is disrespectful?
Yes.
You have been to Calabar.
Criticizing her.
You have been to Calabar, so you must know what is disrespectful to the position. You're just talking about Westminster system and how far it goes.
I didn't say anything about
it.
I didn't say anything about any Westminster system. That's not true.
Anyway, let me know.
Once again, what I say is not what you're hearing.
Mr. Perkins.
Anyway.
Let me just get on.
Go ahead.
Because now you soon tell me that you can't bother with me because I am not saying I am not praising you. And this program is to praise you.
Oh, is that
and that's why the businessmen say that.
You heard me saying that.
The businessmen not advertising at your company.
Oh, is that so?
Program because it is a company of praise. Let me just say this, Mr. Perkins, to you.
Yes.
You play a vital, important role.
No, don't run away from the issue.
But here and now.
Hold on. You said that I criticized the Prime Minister. Now, I'm not afraid of criticizing the Prime Minister, right? And I don't think that criticizing...
Are you not afraid to be criticized?
Hold on just a moment. I'm not afraid to be criticized.
Okay.
I welcome criticism.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Now, I am not afraid to criticize the Prime Minister.
I did not say that you should.
Okay. And if I criticize the Prime Minister, don't come and tell me that you're that I'm criticizing the Prime Minister. Come and tell me what it is that I said about the Prime Minister that is not true or that is irrational.
Can I get a minute to respond to you?
Yes.
Okay. You have always asking people to come and to tell you what you have said and had not have said. And you have...
but then hold on. Hold on. What you're telling, you're obviously lying. Because you told me a moment ago that this program is not for me to be criticized, it is for me to be praised and said how wonderful I am. And now you come and say I'm always asking people to come and tell me what I said that was wrong?
Yes, but Mr. Perkins.
I see, all right.
You can laugh all you want to laugh, because you're just laughing at yourself.
I'm laughing at yourself. All right, fine, I don't mind.
You will not allow truth to be explained in any way.
But I have to point out lie when I hear it.
Let me just say something, Mr. President. I called you, I am the person who called you.
Yes.
All right, let me just remind you of something. The coalition that won the 1980 election was in disarray by 1983, shattered against the rock hardest of Mr. Siaga's personal vanity and tyrannical lack of confidence in the Jamaicans in any role involving more than the carrying out of instruction. You remember those words?
No, I don't remember them.
You wrote that.
I wrote that?
Yes.
Oh?
At the record of the Sun on Sunday, you wrote that the 26th of February, 1989.
So what?
A party of gelding. A man who listened to nobody more than his white brother-in-law called Hugh Hart.
Yes. I said white brother-in-law?
Yes, you
Did
said it.
It
Yes.
said white brother-in-law?
Yes, his white brother-in-law, Hugh Hart.
Oh,
Right.
I don't know.
No, you see,
I'm a
you
little
like
surprised.
to play Mr. Omar Davis tape on Mr.
No,
Patterson.
hold on. Hold on then.
Yes, man.
Did I say, what date you said that was?
The 26th of February, 1989.
26th of
Jamaica
February.
record. Yes. You went on to say, I remember Labour Party activists.
Hold on a minute.
Yes.
What bothers me
Yes.
is not that the criticism of Mr. Seager and the Labour Party.
Yes.
Right? What concerns me is that adjective white.
Yes, because you wrote it here.
I wrote it there.
Right.
Okay.
You said he
just
listened
tell
to
me.
nobody.
Okay, what is the date of the article?
The 26th of February, 1989.
26th of February, 1989.
You said that the truth is that he is a man uncaring for any opinion or sentiment, not his own, unless it comes from his white foreigners, especially if they are not American or Israelis or his brother-in-law, Hugh Hart.
Oh!
Or his brother-in-law, Hugh Hart.
Oh,
Hold that one.
White foreigners.
Yes, or Israeli or his white brother, Hugh Hart.
Did I say white brother-in-law?
Yes, brother-in-law.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
You see, all the years you keep talking to these people.
Yes, all right.
Now that you're getting bouncer,
hold on.
You better prepare to bat.
Hold on. I am a little surprised that I should have talked about white there, because that is not part of my thinking.
Well, you see,
right?
you say things so many times.
No.
You say things so many times that you forget what you have said. And that's why I'm here to remind you today. And one of the things, Mr. Perkins, that is so important with you is that anything or anyone who you support never been successful. And I pointed that out to you, 1993. And I remember I said to you that this government is going to be in office for about 6 terms because you supported that term. And the 6th term means that you're dead and gone.
Well,
and you have never seen the JLP come to power.
Yes.
And I say this because God has put a curse on you.
26th of February.
You keep talking about the date. Let me remind you.
26th of
the
February.
Jamaica record.
19 what?
1989.
1989.
Right, and it was a Sunday. So you remember that.
And what paper was that?
And it is a Jamaica record.
Jamaica record.
You remember writing for the Jamaica record?
Yes, man.
Okay, fine. Now, you keep playing cassette and tape and talking about what Omar said and the PJ. And you stop in the middle at all times.
Yes.
Mr. Patterson said that the law is not a shackle. And you lie about telling people that they should not obey the law. Mr. Patterson said no such thing. Mr. Patterson said the law must be used as a tool for social and economic development. But you're not saying that.
No.
This is how dangerous a liar is.
Mr. Patterson said...
A liar is dangerous.
Mr. Patterson said the law is not a shackle.
Yes.
Whatever else he said after that.
Yeah. It's not important.
He said...
It's not important.
No. It may or may not be important. It may or may not be important.
Face up to the bouncer.
But he said the law is not a shackle.
But should be used for social.
Whatever else he said.
It's not important.
Well, I'm saying it may or may not be important in some other context. But what he said is the law is not a shackle. In other words, he is not bound by the law.
Mr. Perkins.
Is that not the mean?
You're talking
Hold on, sir.
You're talking about a diatribe.
Hold on just a moment.
Right.
When he said the law is not a shackle, it means that what he was saying,
he's not going to
what he was saying was that he was not bound by the law.
That's what he was saying?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
And the context in which he said it was that he had broken the law.
Yes.
Right? And then he comes and tells us the law is not a shackle.
What we know here is very little.
But hold on.
But what we are
a tool
ignorant
of social
is
engineering, right? Which adds to the insult. Because what he's saying is that the law in his hand is a means by which...
That is what he's saying.
Yes.
Is that what you interpret him to be saying?
I'm saying that is the meaning of what he's saying.
You have a monopoly in this country of telling people what they say.
Look, don't be half-witted. Don't be
There's
half-witted.
nobody in this country half-witted like you.
Oh,
You
that's
is the
so.
man who's telling children that you're going to write them a check to school.
P.J. Patterson said.
Police station.
P.J. Patterson.
Half-witted?
P.J. Patterson broke the law
examination
and turned around and told the people of Jamaica that the law is not a shackle. He's not bound by the law. Okay? He can do whatever he likes.
I want to ask another question. Mr. Hewitt the other day, Mr. Hewitt, Senior Superintendent, Mr. Hewitt.
Yes.
Keep telling Jamaican people, because I know this over the years, that when the police carried out any operation in a particular area in West Kingston,
yes,
you take it upon yourself and started to criticize and talk about there's no gunman coming across the road, and you started to laugh.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
We know your Subaru like no one else does. Experienced technicians, genuine parts, state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment. At KIG, we are the Subaru experts. Our mechanics are factory trained and have direct online links to the manufacturer. Plus, we have the widest inventory of genuine Subaru parts. So, if you drive a Subaru, take it to the Subaru experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with your boy, George. I'm not going to be able to give you the whole morning
I don't want that.
on this program.
I don't want
But
that.
let me just say this.
Everybody.
Let me just say this.
You know a man named Dan Amos?
Hold on.
You know Dan Amos?
I've
Well,
said.
who's Dan Amos?
Let me
Go on,
just
Dan
say
Amos.
this.
Okay, Dan Amos.
That I am very happy that you have pointed out that it isn't
You're
just
not happy.
it isn't just Sister P
Yeah.
and Mr. Patterson and their governments that I criticize.
Yes.
I have been equally critical
Yes.
of the Labour Party and its leader.
You have been equally critical
Equally critical
of the Labour Party
of the Labour Party and its leader, Mr. Siaga.
and Mr. Siaga.
Uh-huh.
You
And-
have been equally critical.
Oh, yes, I have.
Well, let me tell you, if you're equally critical, what you do. You have some tapes that needs to be dusted off from KLAS and from when. Tomorrow morning, I invite you to take some of those cassettes that Mr. Siaga and Mr. Golding said that he will not return to any inner city or in a garrison constituency. And play them if you think you're bad and drive go back up a Stone Hill if you think you're bad.
What? To play
Do it, I bet you.
Play what cassette?
Any cassette that Mr. Golding said that he will never go into any garrison where a man have vote out a polling station.
I don't think Mr. Golding said that.
But you can't admit that he did that.
I don't think so.
You cannot admit that, you know.
I don't think
you
that
know
Mr.
that it would
Golding
not be
said so.
possible for you to drive from Bradley Avenue.
Don't talk, damn it.
Because I know. Because you know, Mutty, you live in this country.
Don't talk
You know, Mutty Perkins.
That is more likely to happen to come from your party.
No, man.
Right?
For 40 years you have
Anyway,
been
look here. hold on.
You can't stand up to the bouncer, eh?
Stand up to which bouncer?
Better run.
Which bouncer?
Because you can't stand up to it.
I've given you nearly half
You
an
don't
hour.
give me, and you give all the callers them like Mr. Shaw, who can't even run a gas station or a little shop where they sell pork and things to talk about economics in this country.
Well,
and you give the powers.
I have. Hold on just a moment. I don't consider you the equal of Mr. Shaw.
No, you couldn't.
When it comes to saying things
I am not the
that
equal of
are
no
of
man,
interest
Mr.
to the
Perkins.
public. Right? Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Hey, Mutty.
Uh-huh.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
That man is a blatant embarrassment. Well, why when the
it takes all types to make a world, you know.
Yeah, but Mutty, why when the comrades come on your program, they always try to insult you, saying you have Alzheimer's, you're senile? Why do they do that?
Well, because, look here, if you can't defeat the argument, you try to defeat the man, right?
but this man, he sounds like Reverend Finn. Is he a relative?
I don't know.
He sounds like Finn, like a Finn brain.
Oh, is that so? In that event, he would claim to be a prophet.
But how does he talk about the constant sabotage your program gets? Huh? Well, you don't raise that issue. And you defeated his argument actually by proving that you have been more brutal to the labor rights than the PNP.
Well, I don't know about brutality, sir, but
based on what he's quoting.
I think he misquoted. Because I don't think that I would have written about Mr. Siaga's white brother-in-law. Because to me, it doesn't really matter whether Mr. Siaga's or anybody else's brother-in-law is red, blue, white, pink, or
it sounds very suspicious.
Right, I don't say them kind of things. I have not that interest.
But why the PNP defends that low level all the time, and when anybody else does it, it's their fight in the PNP? Why is that?
Well, I don't know. They are very good at propaganda, and they're in a weak position at the moment, it seems to me.
My God, it's disgraceful.
And they're responding with by first of all attacking anybody who criticizes the party, right? And I think that there is a hell of a lot in them to criticize.
My God,
right? And I make no apology for feeling that.
But what distresses me is that they constantly personally, you're an elderly statesman, and you're not a young man, you're in your 70s, and they keep about this senile, and it's so disgraceful that they have to try to do that. Nobody's perfect. You can't remember everything. Nobody's perfect. But why they get down to that low level? It's not him alone does it. And I need to remind him that it's not F, it's if.
No, again. People don't keep everything in their heads, right? They forget this and that and the other. Yeah. But if he knows something, I am prepared to look up whatever.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I have facilities for doing so.
But you saw in the second page of today's Gleaner.
What was that?
They're about talk on the cocktail circuit. The first item there is about the Joan Gordon thing. And you're right. And they're trying to tarnish Miss Gordon to say that she's worse than Portia and stuff like that.
Oh, somebody's writing that about her.
It's on the second page of the Gleaner. You should look on the second page of the Gleaner. But the joke is, I don't want to get down dirty, but none of them, you can't say Portia is better than her or vice versa if you are to go back in the history of anybody. So I think they should stop that. That doesn't need to be put in the paper.
Well, the Gleaner is not what it used to be, sir.
That's what it used to be. And they're disguising it under the talk on the cocktail. So you should read it. Such a joke. Anyway, Mutty, keep up. One quick thing about the rent issue.
Yes.
Last year had to rent a property, and the landlord was the one holding the bag because the previous tenant sent up the JPS bill by 30,000, owed 100,000 in rent, and for us to get the place, she had to pay up those bills so that the light could be transferred.
Yes.
I don't know.
Hold on a little bit. What? Come again with that?
I said we rented a place last year.
Speak up for me.
Yeah, I said we rented a place last year.
Yes.
And for us to get in, right, to smooth things over, the previous tenant owed 30,000 in light, 100,000 in rent.
30,000?
Hello?
The previous tenant owed what?
Owed 30,000 in light and 100,000 in rent.
Uh-huh.
And the landlord had to pay up those things, pay up the light bill and whatever utilities.
For you to get light?
Yeah.
Well, that's my understanding of the
That's
position.
what happened.
Yes.
You know?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know, but that she had to pay them up. You know? And stuff. So anyway, keep up the good work.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Uh-huh.
Perkins. Mr. Perkins.
Yes. I'm not hearing you very clearly.
You're hearing me better?
Yes, yes.
Yes. I was listening to a program with Miss Blaine, Betty and Blaine.
Uh-huh.
And she was trying to say that if you do not vote, you'd be sending a message. By not voting, what kind of message? By not voting. Can you send a message by not voting?
Well, I suppose you can. A message that you disapprove and are uninterested.
That is if everybody was to not vote.
Supporting, well, it would mean either party.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't understand, the present government has been in office for 18 years, right? Now, whatever the inadequacies, the Labour Party was in office in the 1980s, right?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Yes, Mr.
The PNP has been in office now for 18 years.
Yes.
The present situation in the country, is that to be blamed on the opposition?
No, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins.
Mark, there are some fundamentals about our politics, you know, that might be the tribalism, the this, the that might be attributed to, in some measure, to both parties, right? But in terms of policies and what has been happening over the last 18 years, the debt and the expansion in crime and all this kind of thing, it would seem to me that is to be put at the door of the government.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
And how do you protest about that? Does it make sense to protest about that by withdrawing your vote, right? Yeah. Or do you say, well, these have not worked, let's try these?
Okay.
Isn't that what the two-party politics is about?
That would be a better way to look at it.
Uh-huh.
But what she's saying, okay, she said if you don't vote, you will send a message. Don't vote because X, Y, or Z. Whatever she's saying.
Yes.
But and her next argument, if the PMP get a fifth term,
speak up for me.
She says if the PMP get a fifth term, it's not because of what he did or what he said. It's because they have a weak opposition. Now, Mr. Perkins,
a weak what? A weak opposition.
It's because we have a weak opposition. Most of the time, what I'm hearing is whatever.
That sounds like a campaign against the opposition.
Okay, because of what the opposition says or do. Most of the time I hear, if Mr. Shaw has something to say, he has to come on your program. If they even say it, highlight it.
No, I've heard him on other programs.
No, yes. I heard him on other programs.
Uh-huh.
But like highlighting some of the things. And what policy do you want the opposition to form? And would they vote for the opposition if it sounds right in Parliament?
Uh-huh. No, but then, you see, what Mrs. Blaine is saying, right, is not likely to affect, is not likely to affect the actions of those who are supportive of the government in office, right?
I had that experience, Mr.
And if she's saying to those who disapprove of the government's policies. Stay home, don't vote in protest against what is going on, right? Then that means that you're depriving the opposition of votes. And you're almost guaranteeing, to the extent that people go by what she says and follow her line, the likelihood is that the government will have a fifth term.
Okay.
Right?
When they were at this conference that they had, this lady was getting up and saying, it's not the opposition's fault. It's not the opposition. I saw it on TV. It's not the opposition's fault. We are to be blamed because it's the PMP fool. And then she get down in Jamaican language. And you say you're there 40 years and watching this country. Well, you watch it. And the pastor man say, I watch and I did what I have to do. Now tell me, I think nobody should allow Miss Blaine and...
Hold on just a moment.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me on my home phone. Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. What I'm saying is Miss Blaine is on a campaign. And what I would do, if I was working like at a polling station, and I'm in the constituency that she votes, and she came there to see that she go home back. Because I think Miss Blaine, as a matter of fact, everybody that was there in that auditorium had that conference. Because this pastor man was saying, don't vote because this and because that. I think they are distracting people from vote, but I know they are the first one that is going to vote for the PNP, early before everybody else come. They are going to vote. Because I remember, Cliff Hughes used to have, Cliff Hughes, he run his program moderate and like he's not biased. But when it comes down to the sideline, he always say, well, I have to vote for the best of the two evil. And she said that's what you hearing people saying nowadays. Cliff Hughes is the first person I've heard with that. So he has to select the best of the two evils. And the best doesn't bring us anywhere. And I follow him and I select what he called the best of the two evil, which was the PNP.
Was there what?
The best of the two evil. The two of them is evil. But
well, that's a reasonable position.
Yeah.
If you consider them both evil, you have to make a choice between the evils as to which is less evil and which
what
more
I realize
evil.
Now, these journalists and talk show people, what is best for them is not always best for anybody. So nobody must follow them.
No, we all have our minds to make our judgments.
Yeah.
And we must each make his judgment and go out there and vote in accordance with that judgment.
Yeah.
Right?
And yesterday evening, yesterday evening, I was listening to Nationwide.
Your voice has gone down.
I was listening to Nationwide, and I heard somebody called from Simpson constituency, and she was saying that they removed some of the polling station from where it was and put it in the stronghold, and the people could not get to vote. Prior to that, a caller from Westmoreland called.
Which people can't get to vote?
There's people in her constituency that would vote for the JLP. Because like they have areas that people, so what they do now, they remove those polling stations and put it in where the people that is diehard that would not vote for anybody else but her.
If that is going to be done was going to be done in Sister P's constituency, I suspect it would have been done long ago.
That's what they said had happened now.
Yes, but I'm not inclined to agree with that.
Okay.
I don't think that any such arrangements. That has been a garrison for years now.
Yes,
right?
But I understand what he was saying.
And when that in past elections, more people have voted in that constituency than there are people in that constituency.
Yes, I do.
Being eligible to vote on the voters list,
Maybe that is something that Miss Betty and Blaine trying to do to the whole Jamaica. While you don't vote, she say, go and vote in your name. Because I don't see any reason for her doing that, or saying that, or even thinking that.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I'm calling from West Portland.
West Portland?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Out there.
That's my native constituency.
Yes, I know. On Sunday, in Buff Bay, right beside the courthouse.
Yes.
While having a selection up by Balcarres Division. And the down the road coming up, doing canvassing. And
would you speak up a bit?
Balcarres Division. And the down the road coming up, doing canvassing. And
would you speak up a bit for me?
They was doing canvassing. And when they come up to the top of, almost to the top of the road, the MP caretaker for the JLP came up and started to curse Mr. Rowe and Mr. Michael Akins and tell him, say, Mr. Rowe did not...
Speak directly into the mouthpiece of it.
Mr. Rowe did not answer him. So...
I'm not hearing you very well,
Mr. Rowe did not...
Speak directly into the mouthpiece of it.
Mr. Rowe did not answer him. So he came up to where we was up in White.
What did he say to Mr. Rowe?
He said about, I can't talk the bad word. But he said that
you're saying that Mr.
to do.
Hold on, you're telling me that the JLP caretaker.
Yes, said to Mr. Rowe, you can call Mr. Rowe and ask him, that is that him left Labour Party for canvassing, and him tell him some bad words, right? Well, him didn't answer him and the Michael Akins. When we didn't want to go up to White River because we didn't want to pass White River because they had a selection up there. So we got through the lane.
You were there?
Yes. I was in a white car.
Huh?
Yes, I was in a white car sitting down.
You're in the white car sitting down? And you heard this?
Yes, I heard it. So Mr. Dabdu and everybody was on the side of the road when Mr. Rowe was people and telling him what he did in the bad and tell him. So
Mr. Rowe was telling him what?
Telling us the bad word that was tell him. So
Mr. Rowe told you the bad word that
he was telling everybody there, Abe and everybody there, the bad word that he was telling him, let him tell him.
Yes.
And he did not answer him because he don't like them kind of thing.
So why was he telling them the bad word that
he was just telling him what happened a while ago when he was walking up by the courthouse there. And then him went up to White River Way.
Where was the car that you were sitting in?
Right on the side of the road. On the side of the road when he told.
On which side of the road?
On the right hand side of the road. Turn my face down. Going down to Buff Bay Way.
So you were parked in front of the courthouse?
No, man. I wasn't at the courthouse. I said Mr. Rowe was telling us after she leave from the courthouse.
Oh, so you didn't hear this then?
But listen to me now, no?
Hold on now.
Yeah.
You didn't hear this?
No, but when him tell
Hold on. Let me get it clearly.
I heard him.
Let me get,
Yeah. When him tell Mr. Dab do the bad word, I heard him. I was sitting in the car.
Who told Mr. Dab do the bad word?
Vaz. We was on the main road because we did not want to go up to the car.
Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan told Mr. Dabdul the bad word.
Mr. Vaz, tell me Dabdul. The same bad word and tell Mr. Rowe. Call Mr. Vaz, Mr. Dabdul and tell him. Call and ask him. Call Kenneth Rowe and ask him. Because you don't believe people tell everything, you know. And I'm a big woman and I tell a life in a party and a body. But when we
hold on a little
road,
bit. You said.
Yes.
I'm very confused.
Yeah.
You said that Mr. Rowe was telling Mr. Dabdoob.
Yes. And us, all of us was
and all of you.
Yes.
The bad word that
yes.
Mr. Vaz had told him.
Yes. But at the same time now, they're coming back down the road from the selection. And Abe was in the middle at the side of the road, standing up. And he passed and tell Abe the same bad word. And Abe him slow down. He was driving one of them big van. And it was a green flashing light. I don't forget it. And
when was this happening?
Sunday evening.
Sunday
evening, yeah.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
No, you wasn't on, and I was trying to get
Wednesday,
on, and I couldn't get. But hold on.
Thursday.
Abe call
Right.
Mr. Carl Smoother and tell him about it, you know.
No.
Mistake. Abe call Smoother and tell him. So if you want to find out if it is like...
How is it that it has not been on the news up to now?
People call hotline and tell them.
Yes.
Go on station and tell them. So if you don't want to hear it, it's your problem. But you can call Abe and Mr. Kenneth Rowe and ask them and they will tell you detail by detail how it go. You understand? Because it do not look good.
What is your name, Mom?
Why must if I want to hear my name of the ear, I'll tell him my name of the ear, but I'm not telling you.
No, but you're telling a story about this man on the ear.
That's what I'm telling you to tell call Mr. Dabdu and call Mr. Rowe. You want to give them number? I can give you their numbers. And they will tell you. Because RGR call Mr. Dabdu and ask him about it. Mr. Dabdu asks him about it.
This sounds like cheap political propaganda.
You can go ahead and say anything you want to say. Because it's exactly what you say.
Yes, it sounds like cheap political propaganda.
People always tell you, well, go and call the people and ask them.
I mean, is this the best that you can do?
Hey, Mr. Shut your mouth up. You talk too much.
I must shut my mouth? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Just to clarify one issue and to make an observation about another. In respect of the court case involving the landlady.
Yes.
I think you are making some invalid assumptions. Well, making an invalid assumption. One of them is that...
making an invalid assumption.
Yes.
And one of them is...
And that assumption is that the electricity accrues to property. Electricity supplied to a particular property accrues to that property. That is not so. It is really to the individual who enters into the contract with the JPS.
Yes.
So I suspect what may have happened is the landlord may have shared a contract with our tenant, and they may have worked out an arrangement where the tenant may use the electricity, and they agree to pay a percentage amount, depending on what they work out to be their individual consumption. So in that instance, the landlord may be the holder of the contract, and she shares the electricity with the tenant. So I think this is a warning to prospective landlords.
Hold on just a moment. It is my understanding. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, right?
Yes, I think I know you're wrong.
If a tenant accumulates a debt to the public service company and goes off, right? For that and they cut off the lights. For that, those premises to be supplied with electricity, the company is going to demand that the money be paid.
No, that is not so.
That's not true.
What I do know is it is between the contracted party and the JPS.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a low-level trough east of the island. This morning will be mostly sunny. During the afternoon, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect mainly sunny mornings, and during the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Yes, sir.
I've just got a call from a lawyer that I'm wrong on this.
Yes. So we need not pursue it any further.
That it applies to the person, not to the premises.
For advice to prospective landlord tenants is that, well, for landlords, is that they should always ensure that they wire the premises available for rent in such a way that that the tenant enters into a separate contract with the JPS so that in the event there's any problems with electricity, that it only affects the tenant and not the landlord.
Yes, well, I hope that is the position.
The other issue is with respect to your caller who took issue with your constant criticism of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
In introducing himself, he said that he doesn't consider it he doesn't really ever consider calling your program.
Yes.
And that you seem to have been suffering from Alzheimer's. And he's probably, in a way, I would say, tongue-in-cheek, that he's probably right, because he's one of your frequent callers.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, in fact, it's Stonehead. Yes, so...
no, that's not Stonehead.
I suspect it is.
No, man, that's not Stonehead.
That person sounds like somebody who...
Stonehead has migrated.
He may have returned, I don't...
No, that's not Stonehead.
Anyhow...
That one is Boy George.
Okay, but even if it is Boy George, it is one of these people that would call you regularly.
I don't remember. I'm not sure of that. I don't think so.
Anyway, I lost my train of thought. I'll have to call you another time.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Sorry about that. Okay, hello?
Uncle.
Wait, how are you?
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I called you to talk to you about a press conference in which the Prime Minister had yesterday. But just before I go on it, I heard a call.
In which she backed down from the commitment that she had made in Parliament the day before?
No.
On the health, on the youth.
Under 18 years old?
Yes.
Who were me paying anything?
My understanding is that she backed off of it.
No, but not only that.
Not entirely, but...
A journalist asked her a question at the after budget press conference. No, a journalist at the press conference. You know them have a press conference after they make their speech.
Yes.
And a journalist asked her where the money will come from to fund it. And she said, at 3:30, Minister... She said, that's a good question. At 3:30, Minister Davis will close the budget and he will tell the country where we'll get the money from.
Well, is he still speaking?
Mr. Davis does not answer it. He don't even mention anything about it. So
no, he must be still on his feet in Parliament. Are you sure he's...
But because it was this, you understand me? But all of this, you know, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Golden catch them off guard, and they want to do a little thing, and it was a hurry come up thing. You understand me? It didn't, because Minister Davis make we know during the opening of the budget that there will be a shortfall of about $2 billion. And he tell you we're going to put 500 million on cigarettes, another 1.5 billion on this duty and imported material towards the environment, and that will have covered the shortfall.
Yes.
So when Sister P, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Portia Simpson Miller, is coming to tell you now of these things now, which going to create another shortfall of how much, 100 million.
Yes.
It tells you that there's a total this time between she and the Minister of Finance.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Well, that it appears that the Minister of Finance didn't know what she was going to be saying the day before.
Exactly, Mr. Perkins.
And that she said it without any accommodation having been made in the budget for it.
Minister Davis already done putting papers together. Only making it, but Mr. Perkins.
So what she had to say was not a budget speech, but an election speech.
It was an election speech. and don't forget, I am not saying that our Prime Minister will give misleading information, but don't forget that she come out and tell the country that she are going to spend some 600 and odd million to employ some 12,000 people island-wide for the cleaning of our world, and up to now...
That was coming out of the Petrocaribe Fund. That was supposed to come out of the Petrocaribe Fund.
And hope to know.
And the cleaning up was supposed to be in relation to World Cup cricket.
World Cup cricket?
Yes.
And hope to know. We don't see that 600 and odd million spent, and we don't see this 12,000 people employed.
Well, I don't know. She had some Christians out cleaning up the Kingston. I don't know whether they got the 635 million.
You know, Mr.
600 and what? 600 and...
About 30 million?
Yes, something like that. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was paid to the church or to the Christians who cleaned up the place.
You understand me?
Yeah.
You know, it's sad, Mr. Perkins, to say we're prepared to do just about anything which will cause us to what?
We always think that it is best for the country for us to form the administration. So anything that will lead us or cause us to be in office, we regard as being best for the country and in the best interest of the country.
Mr. Perkins, on a sad note, Mr. Perkins, some weeks ago, Mr. Perkins, I come on your program and I say to you that there is a plan to say things about some hard-working GLP candidate out there who is leading in some PNP seats. You remember I said that to you?
You did, yes.
And you hear the caller who called
Yes.
Mr. Perkins. I were there, Mr. Perkins.
You were there.
I were there, Mr. Perkins. I am not going off a eerie set. We were at the earliest school in the Balcarvis division on Sunday having a selection for the councillor candidate. Balcarvis division. After the selection done, Mr. Perkins, we were on our way back to Buff Bay. In a little district they call name White River. You must have known that.
Yes, I know White River.
It is a strong PNP district or PD. We were stopped on our way back to Buff Bay by some resident who told us that Mr. Dabdu and Mr. Rowe were there doing house to house.
Where?
In the Silver River district.
White River district.
White River district. Doing house to house, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
We told by the people at that time that they say to them, how can Mr. Dabdu as a labor man, Mr. Rowe as a labor man is campaigning doing house to house for PNP, and then you have another set of labor people, Mr. Vaz them is running, which one of them should they support? We turn to the people, Mr. Perkins, and say that is their choice. They turn to us and say if they should support any labor right, they would have support Mr. Vaz based on his work he's doing. And we wait further down, we run into Mr. Dabdu and Mr. Rowe.
Yes.
Mr. Vaz stopped his vehicle and said, "Hi, Mr. Rowe, my good friend. He was candidate, he's doing house to house for who now?" That's all Mr. Vaz say, and he called to Mr. Dabdu driver, somebody who he know. Because remember, they were all labor people, you know. So despite the Dabdu and Rowe gone to PNP, they still did have that talking connection, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
That's all Mr. Vaz has said.
And that was in White River?
That was in White River just before you come back down.
But this lady is saying that what she talked about happened in front of the courthouse in Buff Bay?
Because somebody calls her, give her the information to come on your program with the propaganda and do not tell her exactly where it happened.
Yes.
Because as I say to you that there is a plan to say some things about some hard-working GLP caretakers out there who are doing well. I were there, Mr. Perkins. I were there. So I'm not telling you about years. Say, I stand up and look out for Mr. Dabdu and don't even know it's me.
Oh, yes?
Because he does not know me. I know him, but he don't know me. You understand me? And we after Mr. Vaz said that we move off and who going home, who is going to drink some liquor, drink a liquor. So this lady now, they give her the information as proper. But you know what is sad thing about it, Mr. Perkins? Is that we as a little grassroots man on the ground out there, when we allow ourselves to people to put we up to come and do these things. When the election done, Mr. Perkins, all of those people who have put we up to do this thing, forget we, Mr. Perkins. Because they know what they have to achieve if their side become victorious.
All right, sir. Okay.
Thank you
very much. All the best to you. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning to you. I keep saying afternoon.
Hi, morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, how are you?
I'm okay. I wanted to call you in regards to all this Christianity that is coming up every day.
Yes.
You know, and I used to go to church, and I stopped. You know, I just wanted to say to all of these Christians who are calling in that you have to be very careful how you display Christianity. You know, they always preach and say, you know, their main purpose or primary role as Christians is to win souls for God and all of that. But when you behave a particular way, it is more of a turn off than an attraction. And even the gentleman that called you today, the bouncer, you know, he really had no point. And all these people who call you and they're criticizing your program, then why don't they just turn off the radio? Why sit down and listen and get all upset and then call and waste other people's time?
I don't know. If they have a point of view, they have a right to express the point of view.
But don't call and attack,
and one must allow them to express it, right?
But Mr. Perkins, just as how you have your opinion and they have theirs, and they have a right to express theirs, you have a right to express yours as well.
Yes, quite true.
And they have a right to disagree or to agree. But
yes.
And I'm not saying you can't call in and say, Mr. Perkins, I disagree with you, but it's the way in which you do it, the manner in which you do it. And I don't think that when they call and they're attacking and carrying on, it doesn't get anywhere.
Yes. I tell you something. There are some people who are, they're wedded to a political party, right? Then they resent any criticism of that political party or any of its leaders, right? And they can't, particularly when they can't respond to the criticism, right?
Right.
If what you say, Prime Minister does something, and you say something about what the Prime Minister did, right? Now, if what you said was deficient in logic or in fact, then it is easy to point that out and to destroy the whole argument, right? But if you can't do that, you then turn on the person and say, boy, you all day long you criticize the Prime Minister on this, that, and the other, and so on, right?
And what these people need to recognize, you see, this country, I don't know, we'll never reach anywhere, because people they just don't think.
Yes.
And everybody thinks they know everything, and they just won't shut up and listen to the other person.
Yes.
In order to go anywhere in life.
Well, they're wedded to the party, and they have their own reasons for being wedded to the party.
No, but even if you're affiliated to a party, for example, I work for a particular company. I am loyal to my company.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean if somebody criticizes my company and praises the other company, if it is a valid praise,
yes,
then it's stupid of me to say, no, that's not true.
Yes.
And if the criticism is valid, you see, criticism is not a bad thing, and that's what Jamaicans need to recognize. You have both constructive and destructive criticism, right? And I don't see anything wrong with criticizing the Prime Minister. I don't think she has done a good job for the year she's been in power, right? But that's my opinion. And it doesn't mean that she cannot do better or pull up her socks and do a good
I'm not sure what is meant by the destructive criticism, though.
In terms of,
it seems to me, it seems to me that criticism is either valid or invalid.
Which is the same thing. When I say constructive and destructive, I can criticize you, and all right, for example, my mother, when I was going to school, if I failed an exam and she saw that I didn't study, she's going to criticize me and she's going to say, if you had studied, you would have passed.
Yes.
But it's not done in a way that makes me feel like, God, I'm a failure and I can't do any better and I'm worthless.
Yes.
It's done in a way that motivates me to study the next time.
I'll follow you.
The criticism has a positive response. And thank you. But what they don't recognize is any person who is public, any public figure, they must be subjected to some form of criticism. You cannot be in the public's eye and think that it's only going to be good things that are said about you. So everybody has every right to criticize the Prime Minister, the opposition, anybody.
Yes, but the person who has an interest in the party winning, which interest is not on account of that party doing good things for the country, right? But it may be that the country is going to hell, but we are benefiting somehow from the party being in power, right? Then we don't want to hear the party criticized or the government criticized for its failures, right? We want to hear things said that will encourage people to put the party back in office so that we can continue to benefit from it being there.
And Mr. Perkins, that's another thing too. I'm very young. I'm in my early 20s, and it's the first election year I'm going to be able to vote.
Oh,
and I made sure, I made to go and look about my things because I believe that every young person...
You haven't done so yet?
No, I did it already. I'm actually waiting on my card. I've been verified and everything. You know, but I think every young person should really go there. You see, a lot of the young people have no interest in the politics nowadays. But they don't recognize that if they're going to live here and not migrate, then they need to have a voice. And in my honest opinion, I don't see that any party is better than the other. They're both just about the same.
Yes.
But I believe that change is healthy. When you have one person in power for too long, they become complacent, they become selfish,
arrogant,
their interests are and they begin to believe that they are irreplaceable.
And power tends to corrupt.
Power and power corrupts. Absolutely. Right? And I strongly believe that. And that is why when I go out, I will be voting for the JLP, not because I necessarily think they're better than the PNP, but they just have been there too long.
Well, the prophets are saying, I gather, that if you vote for the JLP, God will change the vote and put it up against the...
Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, I agree with you when you say if God does that, we're going to have to go up to heaven and arrest him. You know? We really are going to have to, because that is what is it now?
No, I think that we must be respectful of God and recognize that God would never do anything like that.
And also, I don't believe you must mix God and politics. You know, and I'm distressed at the fact that nowadays everything is God and, you know, they're using the name of God.
Well, let me ask you something. You said that you used to go to church and you've stopped doing so. Why?
What was that? Sorry?
Did you say that you used to go to church?
Yes, I used to.
But you stopped doing so. Why?
Right. Because I believed, honestly, the church that I went to, it was a good church, you know, and it kept me out of a lot of trouble in the years I was there, which were my teenage years. But at the same time, I found that there wasn't much difference to me between the supposedly people of God and the people of the world. I find that in church, and this is not common to all churches, and I'm sure people are going to call and criticize, but this is my opinion, that I found in church a lot of things. They would say a lot of things and say, oh, God wants it to be this way and God wants it to be that way. And there are a lot of people in positions of authority in the church that I thought did a lot of damage to, you know, the self-esteem of a lot of young people. And some of the things that they were teaching were just impractical for real life. Yes. And I think that a lot of Christians have their head up in the clouds and they're not seeing that, listen, yes, God may say X, Y, and Z, but God gave us a brain. Yes. And he gave us a brain for a reason. Yes. To use it. I don't believe that God is sitting down on his throne or wherever he sits and he's looking down and saying, don't you dare do anything unless I tell you to do it. Yes, he's probably sitting down and saying, look at these fools.
I'm with you on that.
You know, look at these fools. I give them a brain to use it and they're sitting down and holding me as a crutch. You know, and it's not to say you can't pray about an issue or whatever and, you know, seek guidance from God, but you can't sit down and wait for God to speak in this thunderous voice or drop this in your lap. Or some things are not signs from God, you know, they're mere coincidences in life. And people just use the name of God in these ways, and it's more of a turn off than anything else.
Yes, some people are using the name of God to further their own political interests.
Exactly.
You know?
And you know, Mr. Perkins, every time somebody calls...
And other interests, too.
And other interests, because every time somebody calls your program, I was telling my mother the other day, she still goes to church. I said, Mommy, every time somebody calls or I hear about God, it's some doom and gloom and some prophecy about, oh, Jamaica going to be destroyed if we don't shape up and if we don't do this and if we don't do that. That's not good. Why? You know, you're just putting fear in people. And you cannot serve somebody or be loyal to somebody out of fear. It has to be on your own desire to serve them.
Yes.
Right? Because the fear will fade eventually. And you'll go back to doing the things that you want to do. And when they call in, even a gentleman I called you this morning and he's telling you, any party that you support has never succeeded because God has put a curse on you. I don't even know if you heard when he said it.
I heard that.
You know, and I mean, they're calling and they're saying all these things. I think they're a shame for Christians. It's a shame. And they should never call themselves Christians. You may call people and tell them God put a curse on you. if that is the kind of God that these Christians serve, such a punitive God, then I don't want to be a Christian. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
Because I don't believe if God is who everybody makes him out to be, then he made us human and we make mistakes. He's going to penalize us forever. And I don't believe God just fling out curses here and there.
I don't believe that God behaves like that.
No, they need to be careful because they're calling all these curses on people. I better be careful God don't curse them for using his name in vain. You know? But they need to stop the foolishness, man. And Jamaicans need to open their eyes and stop looking at, I'm a PMP and I'm a JLP.
Yes.
Look at what is going to make it better. You see, some of them are going to be dead and gone in a few years, you know. But what about your children and your grandchildren and your great-grand? You have to think about the future. You can't just live in the present moment.
Absolutely. Anyway, news time, eh? I'm sorry, I have to go.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Nice hearing from you. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. A third person has died as a result of injuries sustained in a four-vehicle crash along the Spur Tree Main Road in Manchester yesterday afternoon. Maureen Brooks of a corporate area address died in hospital last night while she was being treated. The other two victims, Michael Lopez, a businessman from Greenvale in Manchester, and 52-year-old Perry Allen from Greater Portmore in St. Catherine, died on the spot. Meanwhile, two other persons who were injured in the crash remain hospitalized. The police report that the collision involved a truck laden with tiles, a trailer which was transporting sugarcane, a Honda CR-V, and a Toyota Town Ace van. According to Sergeant Rowan Salmon of the Constabulary Communication Network, CCN, the truck, which was transporting tiles, was heading down Spur Tree Hill when the driver lost control of the vehicle.
He then hit a white Honda CR-V motor vehicle which was traveling in the opposite direction. The Honda CR-V then hit a Toyota motor vehicle. The Toyota then hit a tractor-trailer laden with sugarcane going to Appleton Sugar Estate. As a result of that, the tractor-trailer overturned.
CCN Liaison Officer for Manchester, Sergeant Rowan Salmon. Meanwhile, the National Road Safety Council has intensified its call for electronic surveillance on the nation's roads. Executive Director of the Council, Paula Fletcher, says electronic surveillance would improve the police traffic department's ability to carry out proper policing of the roads. According to Mrs. Fletcher, there also needs to be an improved ticketing system. She says some persons are now reckless on the road because of the low probability that they will be prosecuted.
I think a lot of persons break the Road Traffic Act, keep getting away with it until one day catches up with them, and then it gets very serious because they feel they're invincible until one day something may go wrong or go a little differently than you expected and you end up in a crash.
Executive Director of the National Road Safety Council, Paula Fletcher. Meanwhile, the council will be having a road safety expo at the Emancipation Park in New Kingston today as part of the first United Nations Global Road Safety Week. A new report has revealed that it's costing almost £49 million a year to keep Jamaican prisoners behind bars in the United Kingdom. The report says another £351 million is being spent to keep other foreigners in prison. According to the report, Jamaicans account for the largest group of foreigners in Britain's overcrowded prisons. Over the past 5 years, the country's prison population has grown by about 10%, leaving the authorities to consider deporting foreign convicts. However, British courts have no assurance that those sent home would serve the full sentences handed down. Authorities have also considered the fact that Britain does not have a repatriation agreement with some Caribbean islands, including Jamaica. At the same time, Jamaica and other Caribbean countries are concerned that deported convicts would increase their crime rates. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. The police say they will be targeting persons who are believed to be involved in the supply of illegal guns in Jamaica for commercial purposes. Police Commissioner Lucius Thomas told Jamaicans in London that intelligence has suggested that persons may be lending or renting their firearms to other criminals. He says this conclusion is based on evidence that the weapons that are involved in criminal activities in one parish are being used in other parishes across the island. In addition, Commissioner Thomas says the police will be embarking on new strategies to stem the guns for drugs trade between Haiti and Jamaica. He disclosed that over the past 3 months, the police have acquired 10 new boats, and they are now more able to effectively police the coastline. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller announced during her budget presentation this week that a special team will be set up to recover illegal guns from the nation's streets. Several residents of Linstead in St. Catherine this morning resumed their protest action against the shooting of a bus conductor by the police in the town last night. He remains hospitalized in stable condition. Taxi operators who also joined in the protest withdrew their services between Linstead and Spanish Town for several hours this morning. As a result, commuters were left stranded. The police say Robert Lee was shot after he attacked one of their colleagues in the Linstead bus park. But several residents have rejected those reports. They say last night a policeman approached Mr. Lee from behind and asked that he accompany him to the police station. Mr. Lee reportedly resisted, claiming that he had no reason to go to the station. Mr. Lee's mother, Gloria Clark, said she learned that the policeman then slapped her son in the face, punched and kicked him before shooting him.
I feel very angry and upset now because for what I hear, him don't do the officer anything. I want to know what will be taking place of the police. Will he be leaving our frontline duty? What is the position, the evidence, the people them that see what's going on? I want them to give a proper statement up there what took place.
Gloria Clark, the mother of a man who was shot and injured by a policeman in Linstead, St. Catherine last night. She said her son reported that on Sunday the policeman implicated saw him smoking a spliff. However, she said when her son saw the police, he threw away the spliff. A meeting of the Oversight Committee, which is responsible for implementing a job evaluation exercise at the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, is set to take place this afternoon. The committee comprises representatives from the JPS and 4 workers' unions. This afternoon's meeting comes after the unions issued a 24-hour ultimatum on Tuesday, saying the workers would take action if the company failed to reconvene the meetings of the oversight body. The unions claimed that the JPS was planning to ignore a Court of Appeal ruling which ordered the company to abide by a 2003 salary structure which was outlined by the Industrial Disputes Tribunal, IDT. However, the JPS has since declared that it's committed to ensuring an early implementation of the IDT ruling. In the meantime, the finance minister says the sale of Miran's 80% shares in the JPS to Japanese firm Marubeni will not affect workers' current compensation packages and benefits.
This has been formally written to us by Miran and confirmed by the Marubeni. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, during the transition period, Miran will continue to comply with all its obligations, including the IDT ruling regarding the 2001 job evaluation and reclassification exercise. Again, this has been confirmed to me by Mr. William P. Von Blassingame, Chairman of the Board of JPS.
Mirant is to make a profit of $350 million from the sale of the JPS to Marubeni. This is $165 million more than the $200 million that Mirant paid the government for 80% of the company in 2001.
Is this too much? One of Jamaica's top businessmen, who would have no difficulty in my naming, told me that the only fair price in any transaction was what a willing buyer and a willing seller agreed on. But having said that, let us consider that Mirant purchased the JPS in 2001 and over the 6-year period has invested in generation expansion as well as improvements to the quality of service.
Finance Minister Dr. Omar Davies closing the 2007-2008 budget debate in Parliament yesterday. Marubeni will be purchasing Mirant's Caribbean holdings in Jamaica, Trinidad, Grand Bahamas and Curacao for a total of $1.82 billion by July. However, of that amount, existing debts will account for $350 million and purchase power obligations $153 million. In the Bahamas, Perry Christie's Progressive Liberal Party has lost yesterday's general election. The majority of the country's more than 148,000 voters elected former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram to return to power. Mr. Ingram's Free National Movement won 23 of the 41 seats in the House of Assembly for him to regain the post of Prime Minister, which he held from 1992 to 2002. Mr. Christie's party won the remaining 18 seats. Observers expected a close race in the affluent Atlantic nation of 320,000 people and 700 islands. Mr. Christie's party won by a landslide in 2002. However, his party has been beset by ethical questions, including allegations that immigration officials fast-tracked a residency permit for Playboy playmate Anna Nicole Smith. She lived in the Bahamas until her death in Florida in February. It's reported that Anna Nicole died as a result of an accidental drug overdose. A high court in Trinidad has decided that both House Speaker Barry Sinanan and Clerk Jacqueline Sampson should take the witness stand in a trial to determine whether former Prime Minister Basdio Panday regains his parliamentary seat. This was decided at a meeting held at the Port of Spain High Court with the attorneys representing Mr. Panday and the House Speaker. The hearing is to be held on June 27 and 28. Panday's seat was declared vacant last year after a magistrate found him guilty of not declaring a London bank account when he and his wife, which he held with his wife for 3 years while he served as Prime Minister. The appeal court in March quashed the sentence and ordered a retrial, a move Panday said cleared the way for him to regain his seat in Parliament. And that's midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Sports is next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. West Indies fast bowler Jerome Taylor is negotiating a sponsorship deal with Digicel that could include a stint with an English county club. The 22-year-old Jamaican says he is now in the final stage of the negotiation. He confirmed that the deal includes a stint with Glamorgan. Taylor says he could join the English club immediately after the West Indies tour of England. It has been reported that the Digicel sponsor deal is valued at $40,000. However, Taylor did not confirm nor deny the financial rewards. West Indies convener of selectors Gordon Greenidge is hoping the regional side can perform creditably when they tour England this month. This, Greenidge revealed, was the thinking behind the selection panel's choices for the regional side's 15-man squad, which he named yesterday. Greenidge says the task of picking the squad was not easy, given the fact that the performance of the recent recently completed World Cup was not good. Greenwich added that he would be speaking with the team before their departure about reports of indiscipline within the ranks during their recent World Cup campaign. Meanwhile, ex-West Indies fast bowler Michael Holding says the West Indies selectors need to explain why mid-order batsman Marlon Samuels was not included in the 15-man squad. Holding says there is no cricketing reason behind Samuels' omission.
If there's some reason other than a cricketing reason, I think the board, the selectors, the CEO, whoever it is, needs to come out and make a statement and say exactly what the situation is. And I would hope that they will write Marlon Samuels a letter to let him know what his problem is and give him a period of time in which to sort his problem out. Otherwise, he won't be selected for the West Indies team again. We are no longer in the amateur days. We are now in a professional setup, running a multi-million-dollar business, and that is not how you run a multi-million-dollar business, by dropping people out of squads and leaving people to speculate.
Ex-West Indies pacer Michael Holding. 3 Jamaicans, Christopher Gale, Jerome Taylor and Darren Powell, have been named in the squad. The tour begins on May 12 with a 3-day game against Somerset at Taunton, while the first test begins on May 17 at Lords. The squad for the 3 preceding one-day internationals and 2 2020 matches will be named later. The Jamaica Basketball Association's National League is expected to tip off in the next 2 weeks, following an almost 1-year absence from courts in the corporate area. Lack of sponsorship and concerns about competing for interest with the Cricket World Cup has seen the tournament almost 3 months off its original start date. This season will see Majesty Gardens and Pure Players from the Eastern Conference in Portland joining the 12-team league. In athletics now, the world's fastest female over 400 meters, Jamaican-born American Sanya Richards, has pulled out of Saturday's Jamaica International Invitational. According to reports, Richards has delayed the start of her 2007 season in order to fully recover from a viral infection. Richards, who went undefeated in the 400 meters in 2006, had previously withdrawn from the Michael Johnson Invitational and the Penn Relays as she battled illness this spring. Football now. The semi-finals of the Suplagen Casafa Under-20 competition will be decided this afternoon after the final round of quarter-final games. In Zone 1, Medhaven entertain Tivoli Gardens at Marvelly Park, while Cavaliers and Harbourview face off at Mountain View Oval. In Zone 2, Waterhouse are at home to Boys Town at Drewsland, and Real Mona host Bull Bay at Buttercup Park. All matches start at 4 o'clock. Finally, Jamaica's 5-man boxing team to the Pan Am Games boxing qualifiers in Trinidad and Tobago will return home today. The boxers remained in the Twin Island Republic for another few days to compete in a boxing festival. 2 of the boxers, Nicholas Walters and Ricardo Smith, qualified for the Pan American Games in Brazil in July, following last weekend's box-offs. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a low-level trough northeast of the island. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Tonight should be fair. Tomorrow, look for mostly sunny conditions in the morning, and in the afternoon, expect cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. For Saturday and Sunday, expect mainly sunny mornings with a possibility of scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms in the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
To end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. A third person has died as a result of injuries sustained in Spur Tree 4 vehicle crash in Manchester yesterday. New report reveals that it's costing almost £49 million a year to keep Jamaican prisoners behind bars in the United Kingdom. Police to target persons believed to be involved in the supply of illegal guns in Jamaica for commercial purposes. Linstead public transport operators withdraw service to protest against the shooting of a bus conductor by the police in the town last night. Overseas, Perry Christie's Progressive Liberal Party loses the general election. And in sports, West Indies pacer Jerome Taylor heading to an English county cricket club. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
What a price. Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Isn't it appalling what is happening on our roads? How many people are dying as a result of motor vehicle accidents? What the devil is going on? I mean, I don't know, this country seems to be, I don't know, when you listen to the news, particularly in the evenings, all you're hearing is grief. People coming on and weeping and protesting and all kinds of terrible things. Boy, I don't know. Very sad. Anyway, we go back to our telephone callers. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you.
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
I have a cough, so I hope it won't affect you too much.
You have a cough?
Mm-hmm. So I'm just telling you that if you hear my cough, you won't feel too upset.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
Why should I be upset when you cough?
Well, maybe sometimes it depends how hard I cough.
No, I'm upset when I cough.
You know, I heard a gentleman was speaking today about what Mr. Patterson said about the law is not a shackle.
Yes.
But I just wanted to support you on that, which I've done many times before.
Yes.
Because, in fact, the circumstance at the time, he broke the law of a fact.
Yes.
And was trying to cover up in saying that the law is not a shackle.
Well, he wasn't covering up. He was declaring that the law is not there to be obeyed by him.
Yes, because he wanted to use it to clear himself and to say that he's doing right.
Yes.
And when he was approached by people opposed him on it, him tried to say what it is, that it is instrument or tool used for social...
It is of social engineering, no?
You know?
So in other words, he's there as the engineer.
Exactly.
Right?
You know?
And we are the raw material, and he can do what he likes with us.
Right. He has an option.
Yes.
When he feels like to use it or he wants to use it. Conveniently then, right?
Yes.
That I got that same opinion at that time, and I really supported you at that time. So you see, I'm not a biased person. I'm a balanced man.
Yes. But? But?
But what?
What's the but now?
You know I'm always going with a but, You know I'm always going with a but.
Obviously you have to be.
Last week I heard somebody was speaking on the point that I didn't get it clearly. I just want you to see if you can help me out with it, what you were talking about. It is the idea that somebody was saying that they'll do whatever it takes to win the election. Can you remember anything like that, in an argument like that?
Could it be Mr. Pickersgill's
No, it wasn't Mr. Pickersgill this time. It was maybe from the JLP side.
Oh?
I got that idea. I'm not sure if I'm right or I'm wrong. So I want you to add more, because I remember you and a man talking about it, and you were saying that you don't see anything wrong with the statement.
With what statement?
The statement that the person was saying that they'll do anything necessary to win the election.
I rather doubt that is so, sir.
Well, something to that effect I heard. And I was saying, but he could be saying that when he opposed Mr. Pickersgill and that idea so much.
No, sir.
And I wanted to call you at the time, but I didn't get the chance to.
No. I don't think that is so.
Well, I would be really surprised, but I can't be dogmatic here because I am not too sure. That's why I'm not sticking out. That's why I want you to
I tell you something. Try and find the tape.
No, I didn't note what date it was, you know.
Well, no, I don't think I said anything of the sort.
Well, somebody might be able to...
I cannot imagine myself saying that, sir.
No, that's why I would be so surprised. Right?
No.
Because I was saying to myself, you mean that much it sound like he's a double talker here?
No.
Somebody like
Come with the evidence, sir. Come with the evidence.
No, that's why I'm not, as I say, I'm not being dogmatic here. Because when I'm not sure of something, I'm going to ask you. And if you can just remember what it was about. Because there was a discussion last week.
But the suggestion has gone out to persons listening to this program that I said something of the sort. Right?
It was something that lied, but I don't know who said it. But it was a thicker scale thing because you couldn't be supporting it. Right? Anyhow, there's one last thing. I heard you sometimes always saying that some people claim to have a direct line to God, right? Or they hear from God in a special way. But sometimes I hear you in a similar way too.
Saying what?
Because you give your opinion what you think about God and what you think God is doing and what God is not doing. That is...
Yes, but hold on a moment for me now. Hold on a little.
My mother say, you go pass my exam because me have brain power. Mother's power patchy make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30. This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice. J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. B.
Yes, you're saying?
You remember what we were talking about?
What did you hear me say?
Huh?
Yes.
Yes, I heard you talk about what you think God is doing and what God is not doing. Yeah, many times. So, what do you have to say?
But come now. I am giving you an opinion that I have arrived at based upon certain experiences. I mean, what I see going on around me in the world, right? I'm not telling you that I had any special conversation with God.
Yeah, but how comes people who is telling you that they are giving you, what God is saying from His Word, and you you know that it is the Word of God?
I don't know any such thing. I do not know.
You don't, but you don't know what God is doing and what God is, but you know that and you want to give your opinion at the same time.
That I have no evidence before me that what is written in the Bible is any more the Word of God than what is written in some other book.
No, but you know why? Because you definitely want to hide from the truth. And I'm going to prove it to you.
Yes, go ahead.
The Bible from time to time has foretold many things. The prophets of old.
Such as what?
Have foretold many things.
Such as what?
Number one, that the Christ would have been born for many years, and he would have been born by a virgin right? Given birth by a virgin, and she'll still be a virgin after she had him. Okay?
Yes.
And it happened. It told about his death and resurrection, and it happened.
Did it happen?
It happened.
How do you know?
History is there to tell you. Even secular history. we have secular history. But I mean, hold on. You believe in secular history, don't it?
Hold on, sir.
You believe in secular history, don't it, Mutty?
Hold on a moment for me. What is the evidence? Anyway,
there are things that you talk about and you believe, and you don't have a direct evidence, right? And you say it happened and you refer to it, right?
Such as what?
Yet there have been evidence, right, that these things that happened. There have been evidence.
I don't know of that.
Hold on. Jesus talked about the destruction of Jerusalem, right?
Right.
And it happened in 70 AD.
What?
Jesus referred to the destruction of Jerusalem, and that happened in 70 AD, right?
Yes.
And many other things that the Bible talk about, and geologists prove it, right? And if you read certain study Bible, you'll see a lot of proof.
Hold on, sir. You know what is your problem?
What is it? Well, I must have a problem now, eh?
Yes, you have a problem.
Tell me, man.
Your thinking processes are not quite as good as they should be. Right?
That's you, what?
Yes.
Right, that is you,
No,
I could expect something like that.
That is quite true.
Well, madman, don't it?
You don't know what is evidence and what is not evidence.
I'm a madman, don't it?
Somebody merely saying that something happened is not evidence that the thing
did happen. You have proof to it.
I have no proof.
Right? If you don't want to...
I have no means of telling you. This man Christ, this person Christ, I have no evidence that he was born of a virgin, sir. Right? It has been said, right? There is, so far as I know, no evidence of it. Right?
But you talk many things that other people refer to as proof?
Yes, sir.
And that they have proven it?
I say, if you want to believe it, go ahead and believe it. Right?
But you believe it?
I don't.
You don't? You believe many things that you never prove yourself, but other people who have proven it.
But
I'm sure of that.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I don't want to offend people on the basis of their religion, you know?
That is normal for you to offend.
There are a lot of people who believe these things. I don't want to get into it.
All right, we won't go further. I know that. One last point, right? Since 1988, Mutty.
Yes.
The death penalty has not been enforced, and it has been a deterrent to crime, according to the human rights activists.
What has been a deterrent to crime?
The death penalty have not been enforced.
Which human rights activists you heard saying that?
Well, you know, they said, you see, that the enforcement of the death penalty, they say the other way around. The enforcement of the death penalty is not a deterrent to crime. And the death penalty has not been enforced since 1988.
Therefore you infer from that what they are meaning to say is that the non-enforcement of the death penalty will be a deterrent to crime.
That's logical.
It is not logical, sir.
But no, to prove to me that it's not logical.
It is not logical.
No, prove to me that it's not logical. But to prove to me that it's not logical, no?
Look, sir.
No, if they say enforcing it is not a deterrent, that means to say if they don't enforce it, which is opposite to enforcement, that means it must be a deterrent to crime. And I hope that many callers or listeners will call in and discuss this point.
Absurd.
Huh?
That is absurd.
Absurd?
Yes.
How could that be absurd? Prove that to me. Tell me. Explain that to me. I'm a dunce. I don't understand the English language. I can't reason. I don't know what is logical, don't it?
You don't know what is logical, sir.
I don't know, don't it?
You don't.
But you can't really oppose me, yeah? You're only trying to disagree, but you can't really oppose me.
What you have said is absurd.
You look like you don't know the meaning of the word absurd. Mutty. Because I don't know you can call this absurd.
It is absurd.
I'm going to hear other people's opinion on this because, tell me something, since 1988, has there been, crime has cut?
Crime has what?
The death penalty was not enforced since 1988.
As far as I understand it, yes.
Right. And that caused the crime of death to go down.
Nobody,
reduced.
I have not heard anybody of any intelligence arguing that the non-enforcement of the death penalty...
Well, I am arguing that.
You're arguing?
Yes, this fool is arguing it like that.
Well, if you want to argue that, go right ahead and argue.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. And I know that other people are going to talk like me
what
too.
You're talking is
other fools going to think like me too.
What you're talking is absolute rubbish.
All right, you're other rubbish like
not worth
myself.
the response.
Okay, Mutty, have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Good afternoon, Mr.
Hi, how are we?
Oh, not too bad, you know.
Good.
Look here. We have got some lunacy in this country. You know, the stadium them have down Trelawney. I wish they would get it ready. And you know that song that says "Send in the clowns"? You ever hear it? Send in the clowns. And we take our clowns, including those in Parliament, send them down there, make them bring out some clowning act. Or better still, we send to England and get Chipperfield Circus to come down there and employ some of them as clowns.
Yes.
Listen to this. Now, the budget debate. I'm listening to the world-class finance minister, Mr. Omar Davis, talking about people in this country, whoever it is, criticizing Marabina. Who dare them? That me. Born in this country before Omar Davis. Before him even come from country to town. I born up Long Mountain Road. Mountain View Avenue, the damn Long Mountain Road. And he's telling me I can't criticize Marabina, I can't criticize Miran, I can't criticize none of them.
Yes.
Because they have money and they're going to do this and they're going to do that.
Well,
look the position they work us into in this country.
If they're not prepared for people to comment, to make criticisms of what they do, my advice to them would be not to come to this country.
These guys must be crazy, man. I sat in Britain and I hear the Scottish member of Parliament named William Hamilton say the Princess Margaret appeared last year when he was talking at the time. It was in the 60s. At so much function, costing the taxpayer of Britain so much. And why bother with her? You could get George Best do it. You hear about George Best, the footballer.
Yes.
Manchester. You could get him to do it for far less. And he went on. He says George Best is more popular more than her.
Yes.
And he says if you get my wife to do it, she'd never stop laughing. She would smile at every function and smile at everybody and shake their hands. And it's critical. He was critical of loyalty.
Yes.
And nobody make a big hubbub about it.
Of course not.
And you're telling me no, that you can't make an hubbub about the Prime Minister of this country? Hold on. I hear them make a hubbub about a Prime Minister named Sir Alec Douglas Home.
Yes.
I know what he says. Yes. I'm afraid television make me look uglier than I really am. Look, I don't understand these people. I listened this morning to the Breakfast Club and heard Trevor Monroe, the eminent professor, saying that the Prime Minister give the people of this country our empathy. She empathized with the people of this country for the treatment in public places, how they're treating them. I don't want any empathy. I don't want you to empathize with me in my country of birth. All I want is a fair play. I want justice. I don't want you to sympathize with me or empathize with me. I'm not going around looking empathy. God, I pray and I said...
Well, in fairness, what the Prime Minister was saying is that she is setting up some organization at Jamaica House.
Yes.
To be a point of reference for people who think that they have been badly treated in government offices or wherever.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
The strange thing about that is that it is my impression that there was an organization of the kind in Jamaica House under Mr. Patterson's Prime Minister.
There was.
There was not a great deal of publicity about it, but on several occasions, We have had people calling us on this program, telling us about, things that happened to them or something.
You're going to hear, Mr.
And then it's called the monitor something or other. Standards and Monitoring Unit. It was called.
I want to ask you a question.
And hold on. And somebody calls in and talks about something, and we get a call from Jamaica House, right? Yes. Asking us to give us particulars.
Yes.
To give them particulars.
Yes.
That was going on for some years. I don't know whether it came to an end and Sister P is about to restart it.
Yes.
But it was there.
All right.
Right?
All right. She's going to set up a committee to get the guns. Meaning what?
Before you go to the guns.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
What strikes me as a little odd.
Yes.
Is that she's here coming to promise this thing. This, whatever she calls it.
Yes.
But she promised to do something about the abuse of human rights more than a year ago. Has she done anything about that?
Absolutely nothing.
Hold on one moment for me.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHD annual returns now. The time by the NHD is 12:45. Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. P. I listened to the finance minister yesterday. And before him come from poor parts, before him take country bus and come at home, there is a place inside his constituency named Ambassador Theatre. We used to call it Bassa. From I come back from England, I've never been to Bassa. I hear it was turned into a trade, something or another. And whosoever born and grew in that constituency know about Bassa. You understand? And easier telling us about criticism. The other parties criticize, they can't do this and they can't do that. Tell me what you have done. Don't tell me what the other party can't do. Tell me what you have done and what you are prepared to do. Don't tell me nothing about slavery and you're selling us out to Mirant. You're selling us out and we mustn't do this and we mustn't do that because security is law in America. Tell me, you are the finance minister of this country. Tell me something sensible. Don't tell me a whole lot of hullabaloo. And that's what he's doing. He's making fool, he's fuzzy duddy in our heads. But he can't do that to me. One of my greatest regrets is that I left Britain and come back to this country. Because what we have there is a bunch of fools. If you listen this morning, Mr. Glenville Shaw from up in St. Anne was on there, and he was there with Ernest Smith. And he keep calling the man Mr. Simmet, Mr. Simmet, Mr. Simmet. If he did me that, if my name was Smith, and he keep calling me Simmet, Mr. Simmet, argument done. Not discussing nothing with him. Until he can pronounce my name properly. I wouldn't be in no chat with him. Mr. Simit.
Well, sir, if that were so and you want to live in Jamaica, you'd have to change that name.
I would have to change that name. We are having a lot of problems in this country.
I'm sorry for people who have that name.
I am really sorry because...
I remember the parliamentarian having a bit of a problem with it.
Hell of a problem.
Mr. Simit.
Mr. Simit, sit down, Mr. Simit.
Sit down, please, Mr. Simit.
Look, all kind of foolishness. You know, we have got a lot of things in common with Nigeria. Nigeria just have an election last week. Last week they have an election. There was 12 people on the ballot papers. They had hell getting a Tika Abuika on the paper. Is the High Court after rule that he must go on the paper. You have a place, a constituency named Kanu. In Kanu. A man says, if anybody tell you that they voted here, it's a lie because one ballot box never come to this district. And when they ask Olusegun Obasanjo, ask him if he's happy after 50 years. He spent 8 years. Because it's coup and counter, coup and overthrow. And he spent 8 years. I say if he's satisfied with the state of affairs. He said, yes, we can't do any better. It has done well. We have done very well. The NEC in Nigeria, named the National Electoral Committee. NEC as in a party down here, but it's different name. The National Electoral Committee. And I am telling you, don't say, oh, we are satisfied with what took place. We could not do better. 50 years, and it's in a mess. 34 out of 36 states that they have in Nigeria is riddled with corruption. Riddled with corruption. We have something in common with the Nigerians, and that is it. Corruption here, corruption there, corruption everywhere. And nobody is going to address it. You better believe that, Mr. P.
Well, sir?
Electricity. Electricity. Let's look at electricity in Nigeria. One whole block of factory, a whole block of factories closed down because they cannot afford the electricity. They cannot afford...
Nigeria has oil.
And Nigeria has oil. A whole block. The BBC interviewer said to a man, how much hours this factory do? We have been closed down for the past 8 hours. 8 hours. Every day we close down 8 hours because we cannot afford the electricity. There's more than what is going on in the industrial place down in Kingston there. We cannot afford the electricity. And this government allow Miran to rip us off. They're bringing in another one named Marabina. And the workers, well, the workers were the property, trade them die no labor. And they want to sell us out, but tell them, make me get wind when they're going to sell me out personally. And talk about slavery. Make I try get up to Trafalgar Road and get in the British Embassy. They will have to lose block and tackle to take me out. This man sold us out and him don't want to chat about it. At least we can chat. You see this program that you have got here is what is called the Poor Man University. I was coming up from Port Vale this morning and I hear a man challenge you that in 89 you said something about Mr. Siaga white brother-in-law.
Yes.
You know why I don't believe it? I have a paper and him can get a copy of it. This is something you wrote in 1984. And I sent and got it. And it has Mr. Spalding's signature on it. The 18th of the 7th, 1984. And it's in response to a fundraising that took place in Westmoreland. And a man who later became Governor General of this country. He says it's time black people took over this country. It is time black people took over this country and rule it. And you prepared this commentary. And your first word was, good day. Doesn't he know it's 22 years 62 to 84 that black people have taken over this country. And the civil servants for the most part are black. The police are black. The teachers are black. The doctors are black. What is he coming now to tell the Jamaican people about his time black people take over this country? If a man was looking for a doctor to look after him, he would look for the best doctor, not by the color of the doctor. He would not look for the color lawyer. He would look for the one that is best able to defend him in court. So, from 1984, I sent to the ABC and get a copy because I know you totally about that sort of thing. You don't look at people by the color of their skin.
Yeah.
So what is he coming this morning? Tell you about 89 him or something.
I don't know, sir.
He's a load of people. P-I-F-L-E. He's coming with a load of people.
Well, they do that sometimes.
He's saying your program is to praise. Never mind praise. I reserve my praise for Joy Crooks and Lizal down in Montego Bay.
Oh, God, yes.
Lizal is gone. You understand? May our soul rest in
That
peace.
noble woman.
They, Lizal and Joy
Excellent
Crooks,
job of work.
have picked up Jamaicans off the road in Montego Bay and put them in Kumi, set up an organization. And so I don't want nobody to tell me about this is a program. This is a program that gives you a chance. This is a poor man's university. I heard you read something in about Monday or Tuesday paper. What you read? That the oldest citizen in the Caribbean, you read it out of a paper.
It was on Radio Jamaica.
The oldest citizen in the Caribbean was...
Oh, no, the oldest living.
The oldest living citizen. Yeah, the oldest living citizen.
In the Caribbean was buried in...
I wonder if they reported it to the police. And I had hell to explain to somebody that it said nothing about death. All it talked about is the oldest living person. And if the oldest living person was buried, what time they died?
That is something the police ought to know about.
That is something the police ought to know. Last Friday, I listened to the Breakfast Club, and a lady was on it. And you know what she said? She says she's a criminal practitioner. She cannot be a criminal practitioner. She's a practitioner in law, not a criminal practitioner. The people who are criminal practitioners are the people who practice
criminality.
Yes. And that is what she said. And if you have the tape last week Friday morning, none other than Miss Donna Scott said it.
Oh?
But she's a criminal practitioner. She cannot be a criminal practitioner. Look here. And before I leave, I want to tell Miss Betty Ann Blaine something. In 1983, Edward Sierra called a snap election, and they're telling people, don't go out to vote. In 1983, Edward Sierra called a snap election, and the PMP did not go out to vote. But the history book will show that there was an election. There was an election.
Yes.
The fact that
it wasn't contested.
It wasn't contested.
No.
So what she's imploring people now, not to go out and vote, and say, well, she have a list of things on a paper. Women being killed, children being killed, guns this and guns that. I agree with her. But to say don't go out, go full, is madness.
Yes.
Madness of the highest.
Well, I don't know if it is madness. It depends on, what she's trying to achieve.
She said, stop it. The people them shouldn't really listen to that foolishness.
Well.
Because on election day, come hell and high water, I'm going to die. I'm going to vote even if I die as I come out the polling station. I'm going out to die. Because I will not let these fools befuddle my head. I will not let them give me a 6 or a 9.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. I was on yesterday and I got cut off because the program was coming to an end. And just said, the program came into an end yesterday. I'm the last one who called you yesterday.
Oh, yes,
I didn't remember me. First, let me just back up something that gentleman first.
Would you speak up a bit for me? And directly into the mouthpiece.
Yeah, my phone part of connection. Just let me make an argument with the first gentleman. The gentleman that called before, the one that talked about the death penalty.
About what?
the one that talked about, I call him the philosopher, the one that called before, the one about the death penalty, that said,
oh, yes.
It seems to me he's thinking if you're not running, then that means you're walking. That's the kind of philosophy he has. Oh, seriously. That's what he's saying. If you're not running, that means you're walking.
Yes,
That's exactly what he's saying. There's no in between. There's nothing. He doesn't see. You see two lines, one going east, one going west. There's no north, south, east, west, whatever. But let me say this about the death penalty. Death penalty, we could probably find out several places. For example, here in the United States, where the death penalty is carried out very, very, very often, Texas, Florida, probably some of the southern states. And some of those places probably have the highest crime rate in the United States. So there is no evidence that the death penalty actually curtails crime. It probably do some deterrent for people who probably think twice about it. But, by and large, if a person is going to carry out a death squad or whatever it is, those people, they don't care about death penalty. That's just you have to think about these people. People who kill people are very, either psychopathic or they don't care about human being. They don't care about themselves.
Yes.
You have to think down that line. The thing about gun.
Or maybe they are Hold on just a moment for me, please.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Hello, yes. You were talking about the death penalty, and, just one of the problem people have with death penalty, I think that is a quick solution to the crime problem in Jamaica. When I hear people talk about the death penalty, I think it's a quick solution. We're going to start hanging people, and that's going to be it. There are a lot of problems with the death penalty, especially in Jamaica. Let me say this. Here in the United States, the justice system here is much better than Jamaica. I can tell you that for sure.
It's much
the justice system is much better than in Jamaica.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And there are people, because of DNA testing that wasn't here 20 years ago, there are people that are showing people who went to prison innocently. So just imagine if you have a country that every time somebody does something wrong, or something that we think they should get the death penalty, we kill them. Do you know what innocent people get killed in Jamaica?
Absolutely. I shouldn't be surprised.
Before we can talk about the justice, before we can talk about capital punishment, we have to fix our justice system, and it starts with the police department.
Yes.
It starts right there.
Yes.
If you don't have professional, well-trained.
It doesn't start with the police department, So it starts with government and with the people of Jamaica.
Right. That's true.
If people, if we believe in the value of the human being, right? Whatever his color, whatever his level of income, whatever his place of residence, right?
Right.
If we believe that human beings are valuable and that they have rights that must be respected, right? Then we're going to govern the country in a certain way.
Absolutely right.
And it is going to mean that we're going to have a police force that must respect certain rules, and we're going to have mechanisms to ensure that those rules are respected, right?
Of course.
Etc., etc., etc. Right? We're going to have a justice system.
Exactly.
That sets out to ensure that people's rights are protected. Right?
Exactly.
And that recognizes that we cannot establish and maintain and secure rights by disregarding rights. It cannot work.
Exactly.
That is part of the confusion that we live with in this country.
Right, the fundamental part of it.
Yes.
Absolutely right. The fundamental part of the justice system has to start with the government and the people, by and large. Of course, I agree with that. Now, the second problem that we have with this, most of these guys who commit the hardcore crime are still in the street. They're still running around.
Yes.
If you can't catch them in my philosophy, how are you going to hang them?
Absolutely. You're absolutely right on that, sir.
That doesn't make any sense.
Right?
Now,
we solve fewer than 30% of the murders that are committed in this country every year. Right? So how does hanging help us?
Exactly.
Who are we going to hang?
I guess a few that we can catch, the one that's not, shooting at police. Those guys, shooting at police. Do you think they care if they died? Come on. Those guys, they make their mind up that they're going to die because whatever is not working for them, they don't care.
Yes.
Now, I want to switch up a little bit back to the budget debate. We were talking about yesterday about the hospital, the Prime Minister proposal for giving children hospital care.
Yes.
I was saying yesterday that $350 million for a million kids. Come on, that's I don't know how far that can reach. I don't know. I just don't know. We have to put it this way. You're absolutely right. For Jamaica to invest in healthcare, education, we have to be doing much better. We have to grow. The country has to be growing much more than 2%.
Yes. We have to be producing more wealth.
Right, 2% growth is for developed country.
Yes.
When the U.S. grew 2%, at a $10 trillion economy, we talked about billions of dollars add on top of what is going on. In Jamaica's case, a 2% growth of a person making $100 US a week. What is that? $2? What are you going to do with that? That's very minute. So we have to be growing a lot more for we talked about these things. And then the debt burden. How do we tackle the debt burden? That's the next thing. How do we provide education? How do we provide safety? Good roads for people and at the same time tackle the debt is a I don't even know. I can't even begin. It's going to take probably someone who are very disciplined, someone who can save money in places that's in other words, in Jamaica there's a lot of waste that goes on in Jamaica. That's like everywhere else, just like here. But how do you save money in areas that we can save it and shift it to critical areas? That's where good management comes in. You have to be a good manager to do stuff like that.
You're absolutely right.
That's what good government is about. Okay. Now, I want to switch one of the things that the Prime Minister said about the roads. A lot of Jamaicans don't understand this. The highways that are building right now is going to cost the country a lot of money. The $100 million US the Prime Minister talked about is a drop in the bucket. Remember,
yes,
a lot of that money is borrowed money. Okay, then some of those money were put into the pot from the builder.
Yes.
Now the builder have to collect tolls and recover. The builder have to collect tolls and recover that money back.
Yes.
So we don't see anything yet. Hello?
Yes.
Right. So it's a good thing in a way that yes, the infrastructure the country is building. Let's hope that the benefit can pass off fast enough to pay for it in the long run. Because if it doesn't happen that way, there's a next debt burden again on Jamaica. Because remember, all this money is coming from us, the people. This is not, when people talk about government, when, for example, Mr. Omar Davis said, I'm going to raise money overseas, he's spending our money.
Yes, absolutely.
He's working for us. So, down the road, these things are going to cost us dearly. And this is what a lot of Jamaican people don't understand, is that when you borrow money, for whatever reason it is, you're putting yourself sometimes further and further in that problem that you're already in.
Yes.
Now, if you don't have a structure if you don't have a very creative way of getting out of it,
yes,
you
should really be borrowing money, sir, to invest it, and to make a return on that money, which will both pay for the money and provide you with a profit.
Exactly.
Right?
And profit in ways that, in other words, like, for example, I think, as I said again, the highways, roads in Jamaica. The next problem with the highways
very quickly, sir, I have to go. Hello?
Yes. One quick point.
Yes.
The capital structure in Jamaica, the roadway system, one of the problems with it is that the local people there are not benefiting right now so much from the work that's going on. It's more foreign people coming and build the roads.
I believe a fair amount of that is in it.
Right.
I think Mr. Golding was talking about that in Parliament.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So again, it's a very hard wash. It's very hard wash.
Absolutely.
So, sir, you're doing a very great job, and I don't care what anyone wants to say.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Brother Perkins. How are you?
Wait. This voice sounds like something coming from Christiana.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you? I see Dr. Omar Davis was bashing you in Parliament yesterday.
Bashing me?
Yes.
Well, another commentator said he was roasting me.
Roasting you?
And
I heard one say that he was brutal.
Yes. And I said to myself, my God, roasting me in the way that he has roasted Jamaica over the past 14 years of his administration.
Oh, don't be unkind to poor Dr. Davis, sir.
One of the things that he has never answered is the question that for 14 years of stewardship, during a time when the world economy was growing by between 5 and 6% per year, he could not grow the Jamaican economy by 1 single percentage point per year.
Yes.
Not even one. And the level of arrogance that I've seen emanating from that Minister of Finance is totally incredible.
Well, I was saying earlier on that I got the impression he was so very happy in Parliament yesterday.
Yes.
And listening to him, a stranger, listening to him
yes.
and watching him, would not get the impression that this country was in the trouble that it is in, that it owes so much money, that there is so much poverty, so much unemployment, so much
yes.
crime,
yes.
you know.
And in his response yesterday, it has been exceedingly deficient.
Uh-huh.
Because first of all, let's dispense of a very important issue. While he was accusing us of putting forward, multiples of additional $1 billion of expenditure should we come into power, which I will get back to,
yes.
To explain to your position on that. Ironically, in the 2 hours that he spoke, he did not take the opportunity to tell the country how he's going to finance the additional projects that were announced by the Prime Minister the day before.
Absolutely.
Not the least among them, a convention center in Montego Bay,
uh-huh.
A hospital for Western Jamaica.
Yes.
Which, as we are aware, we are not aware of any studies that have been carried out to show the need for another children's hospital.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And of course, the issue of the $350 million that is supposed to be is required for the under 18 going to the hospital.
Yes.
Now, by my very conservative estimate, that figure could be, depending on the elaborateness of the convention center, that could be anywhere from $2 to $3 billion of
yes.
expenditure.
Hold on just a moment for me, please, Mr. Shaw.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Yes, I was making the point to you that those 3 projects alone, we are told that the hospital is costing, estimated at $680 to $700 million. $350 million for the free health care for the under 18 age group.
Yes.
Which, by the way, given the confusion that has surrounded that issue,
yes,
it is questionable whether the figure is not in fact higher than $350 million. And then the convention center, depending on the elaborateness of that convention center could be at least $2 billion in cost. So the minister, the prime minister advised them at a press conference that her minister would be giving the details of how he will finance these things when he closes the budget debate. Now, we are still waiting to hear those details because in addition to those, we are told, of course, of the additional NROC-related investments for the bypass of Mount Rosa. Now, as you know, we're not opposed to a bypass of Mount Rosa, but what the country needs to be told is how it's going to be financed.
Yes.
Bear in mind that I brought to the attention of the House that of our participation in Highway 2000 so far, and the bonds that we have floated and the debt incurred, every red cent of what is now being collected on the tolls are going into the hands of the French operators. NROC is not getting one red cent to service its own obligations as a result of the equity participation in Trans-Jamaican Highway. So what does this mean for the Ocho-Rios leg? Does this mean we are going to be involved in finding funding again?
Greater,
and will this be adding to our stock of debt?
Yes.
So, and so there he is now, beating his chest, totting up our figures, which of course he has no basis on which he can tot up our figures. And I'll give an example why. Because these are the kinds of details that we are going to flesh out when the manifesto is published. Take the 2.5% that we propose for what we call a constituency development fund. When you look at what Richard Azan has done in his constituency, when he's able to fix 28 or 30 roads, put in 40 walls, that costs, I would say, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And other constituencies that, incidentally, are led by both JLP and the PNP representatives, are literally, in many cases, starved for cash, starved for money for our roads. You can do maybe 2 or 3 roads in a year if you're lucky, right? And the idea of the Constituency Development Fund, therefore, is that the money would not be an incremental additional amount of money, because what you'll be doing is you'll be looking at some of the budgets, such as the Ministry of Transport and Works, and saying, all right, how much money was here for the country? And what portion of it could reasonably be apportioned equitably among the constituencies. So in other words, that is how the development fund will be created. Part of that fund, therefore, is going to be created from existing budgetary allocations that are now in the budget. But that is something we will be explaining in the manifesto. So when the minister came to seek to denigrate the proposals of the opposition, he did not seek to explain to the country. He's in the driver's seat. He's the Minister of Finance. He had an opportunity to tell us how he's going to finance the budget, having regard to the Prime Minister's announcements. And he has not done so.
Well, your budget is a budget to come. His budget is a budget on the table.
He's a budget on the table.
And one might have expected that with the Prime Minister making these commitments, those commitments would have to be accommodated in the budget that is now on the table.
Absolutely. So what is emerging here now is a clear picture of a kind of a run-with-it scenario. Right? Don't laugh, Mutty, because that is what is coming.
When we come back, we'll have to correct it.
Yes, it's a run-with-it scenario. And the other thing, that emerged in relation to the health policy that was announced by the Prime Minister. The Permanent Secretary virtually admitted on a program this morning that this thing was hastily put together. It's sometime last week, she says this.
You mean the Prime Minister's statement?
Yeah. Pardon me?
The Prime Minister's statement?
Well, that in other words, she's saying that the information was requested of them sometime last week. Now, I'm going to tell you when I think sometime last week really is. It would be...
Oh, you mean you're talking about the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health?
That's right, right.
She was on the program this morning.
That is sometime last week.
Yes.
It was more like Friday, after Mr. Golding spoke. You see?
Yes.
Because when Mr. Golding spoke and said that he's going to abolish the user fees from hospitals, right? This is when, obviously, the Prime Minister decided that, well, I am going to come with an alternative policy. Health. And so they were quickly contacted, give us some information about the cost of health care for 15 years older and under. It's obvious that was a hurriedly put together response to the well-considered policy that was done by the leader of the opposition. And I'll say to you, Mutty, that when Mr. Golding put it down, he didn't just put it down without any cost implications. He pointed out that the user fees as of now amount to approximately $1.6 billion. And he pointed out that this would be funded from the National Health Fund. In addition to that, in our plan of the consolidation of the statutory deductions, we intend to have the space for the Housing Trust, the NIS, the Heart Trust, and we intend to create a new National Health Service which incorporates the National Health Fund in it. That will be dealing not only with the issue of the user fees, but will deal with the critical things like diagnostic equipment, dialysis machines, major surgery, things like that for those who are unable to afford it.
Yes.
All would form part of a National Health Service.
Mr. Shaw, to come back for a moment to the Prime Minister and one gets the impression that there was a breakdown of communication or a lack of coordination between herself and her Minister of Finance on the one hand.
Yes.
And I gather that when she mentioned that matter of the police going around the country looking for guns, there's a look of shock on the Minister of National Security's face, as if he hadn't heard about it before.
Well, you know, a little bird, a little canary told me, you know, that hospital proposal was another last-minute thing pulled out of a hat.
Oh Lord!
And that my information is that the finance minister wasn't really in support of it. That's my information. And that you know, the principle of collective responsibility apparently prevailed. Let's put it that way, to put it most delicately.
But look here, the minister also had some strong words on the subject of borrowing from the international agents, multinational agencies, to deal with the problem of debt.
Well, you know, Mutty, let me answer it this way, because he also contradicts himself even as he speaks, right? When he says that monies are available from the multilaterals for project financing, okay? Now, what he is doing now, why is he not, and why has he not been availing himself of more monies from the multilaterals for project financing? Because what he has been doing is borrowing money at expensive rates of interest for project financing. I mean, that is why
to finance the capital side of the budget.
Yes, and that is why Highway 2000 is now in so much trouble. Because had he sought to borrow money from the World Bank at 3% for highway development, highway construction, he wouldn't have to be paying 8% for it now, and NROC is already in a bankrupt state.
Yes.
Right? While he speaks of that, admits that you can get project financing from them, he was using the deferred financing scheme to fix up places like Hope Road, the Boulevard, and so on, at 25% interest rate with a local commercial bank.
Yes.
we're talking about a madman here. That's what we're talking about. Because by his own admission, they are involved in project financing. Now, let's use the IDB as an example. And I heard Mr. Ralston Greenspan with it the other day, right? Or Hyman.
Greenspan.
Right? Mr. Hyman told the country and was telling me that the IDB has said that they are not able to finance more projects because the government is unable to find the matching funds. Now, Mutty, whose fault is that? If you are borrowing money at high rates of interest, and therefore that becomes the first charge on your budget, and you have to make sure that you service your creditors in New York and Milan and London and so on.
Yes.
And you therefore do not have the resources to provide the matching funds in order to take advantage of the low-cost loans from the multilaterals. Whose fault is that?
Yes.
Isn't that bad policy?
Yes.
Because when you speak of matching funds, you're not talking about a one-to-one ratio usually, You're talking about maybe 10% that the government has to put up.
Yes.
And 90% will be put up by the international institution.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Get more from your money with a Golden Egg deposit account from COK. It pays more than your regular bank account. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
Every day is a miracle to me.
Hi, I'm Sandra, and my son has HIV. Now, I may not be infected, but I am very much affected. Boy, I'm so glad he can get the ARV medicine to help him look better and feel better. Now that he's taken with the program, he's back to his old self. It's almost like old times.
ARVs for life. Right on time, every time. Call 1-888-991-4444 to find out more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I was just making the point that the matching funds usually mean a relatively small part of the overall scheme. It could be 10%, right, of the amount of money that's involved in a particular project. And because the government is unable to find that 10%, which sometimes they have to upfront, by the way, and in addition to that, sometimes they also have to upfront the expenditure, and then it is reimbursed right after it is expended.
Yes.
But the government, for those reasons that they don't have they have so locked themselves into the high interest rate, so-called private capital markets.
Yes.
That he has boxed himself into a corner where he is unable to go to the multilaterals and to be able to get loans from them. That is what is happening.
But
in other words, he is crowding. He has crowded his ability to raise funds from the multilaterals. And that is what he will not admit to. Now, yesterday when he was bragging about the IMF and this letter, I had asked the IMF to clarify a particular program that they have called the Poverty Reduction and Growth Program. Poverty Reduction and Growth.
Yes.
And that is what they wrote to me to explain that they do have this program, but it is earmarked for countries that have a per capita income of just over $1,000 per person, right? And so in that sense, Jamaica would not qualify for that particular program.
Yes.
But when I met with the World Bank people in Washington, they have indicated to me that this classification of what are so-called middle income and lower middle income countries is looked at, it's actually being reviewed by the World Bank. Because, I mean, Jamaica's per capita income of $3,600. I mean, what is that? When you compare to Barbados at $11,000 or $12,000,
yes.
Trinidad in the same region, Singapore at 26. So, well, those are actually per capita GDP.
Yes.
The per capita income is even higher. You know?
Yes.
In this, when you think of this region, we're in Bermuda, the per capita income there is approaching $70,000.
You know, I sometimes wonder, Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Whether the per capita income in Jamaica is any more valid a figure than the unemployment figure.
Well, there you have it. There you have it too. You know, as you mentioned, that unemployment thing, one of the things that caused the Prime Minister to start reciting some biblical verses to us when she spoke was when she of course her ministers bragged about the unemployment. She mentioned it as well. And yet at the end of her speech she had a special entreaty to the young people of Jamaica. And in that section of her speech, she said her heart is, I'm paraphrasing now, but she says her heart goes out to all those young people who can't find jobs and who have left school and cannot find jobs. And all I said to her, I thought you said the unemployment rate was gone down. Why, expressing sorrow for all those who can't find jobs. And she got a bit upset.
But look here, Mr. Shaw. Yes. One of the things that a cardinal requirement is the recognition that this thing cannot go on indefinitely as it is. It is unsustainable.
It is unsustainable, yes. It is. It is. And this is why, Mutty, we changed gears in the opposition. We changed gears. What we did here was to lay out a different framework altogether. A framework. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. We laid out a framework, starting with my presentation, in which I put a framework that says, listen, you must have a credible debt management strategy that seeks to reduce your debt in an aggressive way as a percentage of gross domestic product.
Yes.
Now, in order to do that, you must have a program of aggressive economic development. And growth.
Before we come to that.
And hold on, and just to say that in the scheme, just to remind you that it was a scheme. The energy policy is critical. It's not just about selling the JPS from Mirant and selling it over to Marubeni. It is what are the terms and conditions and the terms of the license that will govern the production and distribution and consumption of electricity on the Marubeni. And that is what escaped Omar Davis up to yesterday.
The fact of the matter is...
And then finally, just for the summary, that the bureaucracy must be dealt with, tax reform issues must be dealt with, and your whole investment promotion strategy must be dealt with. Neither the Minister of Finance nor the Prime Minister has engaged us in relation to those far-reaching programs that we have put down on the table.
Yes. There has to be a recognition, a wide recognition in the country that this country cannot proceed to solve, with the solution attempt to solve its problems by borrowing more and more money. It cannot be done that way.
And as John Jackson said on a program, I think with you one day, when you look at this so-called ministry paper called Debt Management Strategy, right, which he publishes dutifully every year, what it is, it's about how he's going to borrow more.
Yes.
And the new creature, the new concept now is that he is extending the maturity. So he is rescheduling the debt over a longer period of time, thereby making it look as if the amortization requirements in this particular fiscal year is low. But in fact, your interest charges are higher. Notice that in this budget this year, the interest charges are projected, in fact, to be some $8 or $9 billion higher than last year, than the projected figure last year. And that is because although his amortization is being spread out over longer periods of time, it is costing the country a greater and greater amount of
money. Well, it's up to $5 billion this year?
Costing us more to service the debt.
Just to pay interest?
Yes, and because remember the stock of debt is not falling. The stock of debt
is rising.
Between last year and this fiscal year in terms of the projections.
Well, you know that famous...
Debt would have risen by $120 billion.
You know that famous statement of Karl Marx's, that how men organize to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the fundamental relations of society. Dr. Davis seems to have substituted for that how men organize to borrow the means of their subsistence.
That what we are talking about here are policies that are going to give the people an opportunity to be able to get jobs, to be able to live a better life, a better quality of life in the country, where people are not so stressed out trying to make ends meet every day, trying to compete between the school fees, the supermarket bill and the light bill, and not to talk about the gas bill to get your vehicle to work.
But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Shaw, that to solve our problems, we have to get into the business of wealth creation.
Absolutely.
There is no alternative.
Yes.
I mean, borrowing money is a temporary device for dealing with a problem.
Yes.
But you cannot build a nation on the basis of debt. How can this work?
You can't. It cannot, because when you do that, you are, as Mr. Twait said, transferring wealth
from the poor to the rich.
That's what you're doing. Because the rich wants their interest.
Yes.
Just pay them their interest, pay them their principal. They don't care how you want to get it, just get it to me as quickly as possible. Right? And you know, Mutty, let me tell you that the people of Jamaica need to wake up and smell the coffee, and don't allow a government every few years to come to them just before election and to offer some sweetie. You understand?
Yes.
I mean, the housing trust offering is something that I made reference to in my speech. And I predicted, I said, Prime Minister, you are going to come to increase the threshold or the ceiling for loans, and you are going to come to reduce the interest rates. But Prime Minister, the people of Jamaica, their purchasing power as a result of is low, as a result of low opportunity, as a result of an economy that is stagnant, that is not growing, that is not... The people are increasingly either unable to take up the offering of the housing trust, or when they do, they quickly fall into default.
Yes.
She never took that one on at all, because she knew that the figures are given that over the past 3 years, the rate of repossessions and auctions at the housing trust has jumped by an alarming more than twice. It has moved from 7 or 8% to 17% over the past 3 years.
Yes.
Now, that is a horrific rate of increase in the rate of auctions over that short period of time.
But you know, Mr. Shaw, the opposition would be doing this country a great service if it caused people to focus upon the need for wealth creation.
Yes, Mutty, I agree with you. And take give the people the idea that there is no sin involved in working hard and driving a good car and living in a nice house right? And that, in fact, as a you deserve to be given the opportunity to do that in your country.
Yes.
If you are prepared to work hard for it. Right? And the government should not be trying to make it difficult for anybody. You know, Mutty, in the first 100 days of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, Mr. Golding is preparing his list of things that must be done in the first 100 days. But can you imagine what it will do for our country when we are able to speed up the approvals process for buildings and subdivisions and other things?
You know, sir.
Right? And speed it up in such a way that within a matter of months you get your approval, rather than sitting around waiting for years to get an approval.
Mr. Shaw, I heard Mr. Golding talking about that.
Yes.
Right? Hold on 1 minute.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me from my home phone. Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello?
Yes,
Mr. Shaw. I heard Mr. Golding talking about that thing of building approval and, land development approval and so on.
Yes.
And the results being back in 90 days. Maybe a week before he spoke, I heard on a radio I can't remember for the life of me which one it is. But I heard this radio program right here in Jamaica. They were interviewing a man from New Zealand. And, New Zealand has been reckoned the easiest country in the world in which to do business.
The easiest country?
In which to do business.
Right.
Right? And he was talking about building approval. And he was saying that in New Zealand, if you want to start a business in New Zealand, all you do is get on your computer, right? And give all the information and fax it off to the appropriate government department. And you get back an answer in a matter of hours. Right? And you start up your business.
Well,
you get all the, whatever it is, a license that you need.
Yes.
And you get, your business is started.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, what we need to do, it seems to me, is, I remember hearing Mr. Paulwell.
Yes.
And I keep repeating this, and it has never been taken up by anybody else.
Yes.
Mr. Paulwell saying in Parliament one night, some years ago, they were discussing that net serve problem. And he said, probably the wisest thing that he has ever said,
that this is not a country that is favorable, attractive to investment.
Mr. Paul was saying that in response to a presentation that I made in Parliament that very day.
Oh, is that so?
Absolutely. And in fact, I mean, as you say, it was a deadly accurate statement.
Yes.
Right? And we as a government bureaucracy, question is, what have we done about that problem?
Absolutely.
What have we done about it? Because I keep hearing from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and people like Paul Well. You know, we really need to look at this. This is a problem we need to look at. And we need to look at that. Do we elect a government to tell us in esoteric and sort of intellectual
what we need to look at?
Or do we need a government that is going to say, here is a specific set of actions.
Yes.
Here's the problem, and here are a set of solutions that we are going to apply to the problem. And I tell you, Mutty, I listened to Mr. Golden in our shadow cabinet meetings, and I can tell you, he is resolute on two very main issues right now. One is just streamlining the bureaucracy so that it can become not a hindrance to development and growth and investment, but an enabler and a facilitator.
Yes.
And when we are thinking of that, Mutty, it's not just about nominally merging the Development Bank of Jamaica with JAMPRO. And by the way, the Exim Bank would have to be merged as well as one total economic development arm.
Yes.
But that's not all what we're talking about. We are talking about making the entire governmental bureaucracy becoming responsive and understanding that your purpose to be in government service is to make sure that everything you do to assist either the private sector or the individual who has come for a birth certificate or some other service that is required, that you are geared to serving them quickly and efficiently.
But look, you mentioned that...
by the way, has also said that the whole plethora of licenses and rules and regulations which we have padded on top of each other every year, that too will have to be reviewed because we have to cut out some of that.
But also, Mr. Shaw, it seems to me, that we need some serious constitutional change. Because business is going to shy away from countries where the government has so much power that it can do anything at any time. Right? If the people are going to really put serious investments in this country again, they're going to have to feel that there are processes that the government itself will have to go through. That infamous act of Omar Davis's some years ago, where he decided that the banks were making one hell of a lot of money, and therefore he had to put a tax on an additional tax on them. And he woke up one morning and declared that they were, what was it, 23%?
Yes. I think it was 25% or something.
Cess on the banks, right? Without even a discussion in Parliament. Right? People are not going to put money in a country on that kind of basis, are they?
Well, absolutely, Mutty. And, let me say this to you. We have put it on the table that we are prepared to impose constitutional limits on borrowings in the country, on debt. We believe that we need to place that. We need to put it in place, not so much necessarily for a Labour Party government, because we know the centrality of not over-relying on debt as a means of growing your country.
Yes.
But perhaps for future governments, we have to institute constitutional restraints. But beyond that, and it's an issue which I raised in the budget presentation as well, and the minister just kind of breezed by it yesterday in his presentation. The time has come, Mutty, for a proper assessment to be carried out of all central government operations and all of its agencies, statutory bodies, executive agencies. Every striking thing must come under a microscope. And we have got to look at the efficiency of each and every agency.
Yes.
It must justify its purpose and existence.
And its purpose and existence must be to facilitate improvements, not to hinder them.
Yes, Mutty, because listen, we will have to also deal with it with some amount of missionary zeal, because we know that the path to Jamaica's economic salvation is how we are going to just root out all the bureaucracy that hinders everybody from trying to get on with doing something productive in the country. And that is what we're dedicated to, so that you have a whole scheme of things, and the approvals process was just one example. The proposed reduction of stamp duties and transfer taxes is another one, which will also help to stimulate commercial transactions, because these are very important baseline things to do that can have an overnight ripple impact upon the construction industry, for instance, and therefore on the employment prospects for the country.
You know, Mr. Shaw,
yes,
you realize that you people would have a serious problem if Sister P had come with a budget speech embracing all these things that we have talked about.
Well, it is interesting, you know, Mutty, that you should say that, because what she sought to embrace was to try to preempt Mr. Golden on the health issue, right? She decided that, you know, this one is a political lightning rod, so let me deal with this one. Although, of course, she has dealt with the age group that certainly at the adolescent level are less in need of medical care than the older people above 50 years old.
Yes.
Because they are the ones that are now more prone to a range of lifestyle-related diseases.
Indeed.
And they are the ones that really need the free assistance right now. You know? But beyond that, what amazes me is that neither the Prime Minister nor the Finance Minister has shown an appetite to engage the opposition in a discussion of how we are going to put in place policies that will allow the country to go for growth.
Yes.
Go for growth. Go for investment.
For wealth creation.
For economic development.
For
what we use the term we use the term an agricultural revolution.
Yes, Mr. Shaw. Stop calling it growth.
Yes.
Wealth creation.
Yes.
That is what it is.
Yes.
Right? We want to put our people in the position to be able to create wealth.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And therefore, I mean, it's not a matter of loving the poor. Right? If you love the poor, you don't want to see them poor. You want to see them into the business of wealth creation and earning the kind of incomes that will enable them to live decent lives.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I remember one year in one of my speeches, I said Jamaica doesn't need a program of poverty alleviation.
Yes.
We need a comprehensive program of wealth creation.
Wealth creation.
And you know what, let me tell you this, as I'm about to leave you, but let me say this to you, that, you know, boy, the Jamaican people, they have carried a heavy load in this country for too long, you know.
Yes.
And when we leave here, Mutty, and our brothers and sisters go abroad, no matter where they go, where the environment is there for them to create wealth.
Absolutely.
Guess what they do, Mutty? They create wealth.
Yes.
And when they come back here and they visit us, and some of them look at us almost with contempt.
Yes.
You know? Mm-hmm. Because they feel that, why couldn't I have had the opportunity to do this here in Jamaica? All of us can migrate from Jamaica, Mutty.
Yes, quite true.
Huh?
Yeah.
We need to be given the environment, and I think that, you remember that speech I gave in 2004? What is the role of government?
Yes. Absolutely.
In building a civilized society, in allowing people to be able to create their wealth, and from that wealth creation, the government is able to earn the incremental taxation, and from that taxation, the government is able to provide those basic services like health, education, roads, infrastructure, water. And that is what civilized government is all about.
Absolutely.
And that is what has escaped the People's National Party over these past 18 years.
Well, okay, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great to value. The time by Astrosan products is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a low-level trough east of the island. This afternoon, expect cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect mainly sunny mornings, and during the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Who will be crowned Miss Jamaica Festival Queen 2007? 13 parishes will choose their cultural ambassador at the National Festival Queen Coronation Shows island-wide. On Saturday, May 5, Hanover, Russey's High School, St. Thomas, Colonel Cove, Westmoreland, Sean Lavery Faith. And on Sunday, May 6, Clarendon, Hotel Versailles, Kingston and St. Andrew, Louise Bennett Garden Theatre, Hope Road. All shows start at 8 p.m. Except for Kingston, your show starts at 7. The JCDC Festival Queen Coronation Shows are brought to you by Digicel, the official mobile network of Festival 2K7, MoneyGram, the Jamaica Observer, Power 106 FM, Chris Star Villas, Singer, MacD's Auto, and Soft Sheen Carson. See the Observer for details. Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited has announced a rolling out of a new voice over IP service. This new service offers very competitive international calling rates to the United States, Canada, the UK, and the Caribbean. The pricing on these calls range between US 6 and 9 cents per minute, according to the plan chosen. This is geared to businesses of all sizes, large, small, and medium, and is compatible with existing telephone systems. In international business news, a Dutch court has blocked ABN AMRO's Holdings' US $21 billion sale of its Chicago-based LaSalle Bank to Bank of America. According to the court, it is unacceptable for ABN AMRO to sell the unit without the approval of its shareholders. ABN announced last month that it will be bought by Britain's Barclays, and also that its LaSalle's unit in North Carolina would be sold to Bank of America. The Bank of Jamaica stayed out of the foreign currency market today. The Jamaica dollar slipped further cent today to close trading at an average of $68.06 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambia market. There was low to moderate broker and end user demand. All three stock market indices rebounded today, with all three indices advancing. 24 stocks were active, 15 advanced, 3 declined, and 6 traded firm. The total market volume was 3.2 million units. The volume leader was Jamaica Broilers, trading 710,000 units, followed by Gleaner Company and Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited. The day's main winners were BNS Preference Shares up 12% to close at $1.12. Lascelles de Mercado up 8.3% to close at $260, and Pan Jamaica Investment Trust up 3.7% to close at $41.50. Gleaner Company lost 5.4%. It was a major loser today to close at $1.56. Jamaica Money Market Brokers slipped by 0.20% to close at $10.21, while Grace Kennedy was down by 0.09% to close at $56. Your advice is brought to you today by the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Let's examine a disciplined approach to saving and investments. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a saving or investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of savings. You never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where you are likely to spend it all. Keep two separate accounts, one where your salary can be directly deposited, one account for your regular cash flow needs, and the other account for your future investment needs. At GSB Cooperative Credit Union, you'll be assisted to save and invest wisely. They encourage salary deductions to your account with no hassle to you. For further information, please contact GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited at 922-1960-4, or you may email them at ccenter@gsbcu.com, or visit any one of their offices at 20 Dominica Drive, New Kingston, or 10 East Avenue in Kingston Gardens. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or 927-7392, or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com, or you may visit our website for more business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's Unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car, GSB Shelter for a home, Pay One to consolidate your debt, easy access and more, all paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. I'm going to have some email for you now.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Dear Mr. Perkins, in view of the belligerence of Miss Dr. Umar Davies in the House yesterday regarding the concern of Jamaicans about the Mirant Marabuni sale, I think it's an opportune time for all us Jamaicans who pay huge fees for electricity to send a clear message to the PNP that we want better and visible protection for consumers from any monopoly which this government may wish to give to foreign investors.
Quite true.
To the JLP, we say, you must assure us that you will give consumers better protection against the poor service and exorbitant charges that we have been experiencing.
You know, the government of Jamaica should never have sold out the public service company entirely. What it should have kept the distribution system and invited people to invest in the generation of electricity. It could buy electricity from them and distribute that electricity around the country, right? And there would be competition. There could be a competitive basis for the production of electricity, right? Where there can be done for the distribution.